Chapter 16 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Nora Speaks. The attention of Monsieur de Vautrin having been attracted by Piquette's news of the immediate threat against his fortune, it was no longer difficult to persuade him to listen to what Jim Horton had to say. Madame Thibaud was therefore conducted with scant ceremony to an apartment in the Hôtel de Paris, after which the Duc rejoined Piquette and Jim in the Casino. The unflattering opinion Jim Horton had formed of this French nobleman was, upon closer acquaintance, in no way modified. The peevish and supercilious air with which he had greeted Piquette had changed to one scarcely less unpleasant, a fidgety anxiety and apprehension which revealed weakness of fiber one would not have expected to discover between the points of so long and so imposing a mustache. He gave Jim the impression of being very weary in the pursuit of a will-o'-the-wisp, and in repose his face bore the scars worn by those who live for pleasure alone. Altogether he seemed a person scarcely worth borrowing so much trouble about. His attitude of suspicion toward Jim Horton was illy concealed, and he listened frowning and questioning until at last convinced of the reality of his danger at the hands of the renegade Irish adventurer to whose venial cleverness he had so long paid handsome tribute. "But they can do nothing," he said at last in excellent English, with an air of bravado which was meant to be effective and which was only pitiful. "I'm not so sure about that," said Jim. "The mere fact of your having paid for the support of the child for so many years makes it seem as though you believed in the thing." "What do I care? I have the money. Let them take it if they can." "Oh, they'll take it all right, if you don't find some way to meet their evidence. Lies." "Yes, of course. But you've got to prove that they are. Where's your defense? You didn't even know you had a daughter until Barry Quinlevin told you had. What proof have you that your own child died? And if you believed Quinlevin then, why shouldn't you believe him now?" "I had my suspicions." "Pardon me. Suspicions won't satisfy an Irish court or a French one. What proof have you that Madame Horton isn't your own child? None. Exactly. But everybody who could have known anything about the matter is dead, except Nora Burke. And you've already heard what she has to say." "And what is your interest in this matter, Monsieur?" "That's a fair question," said Jim slowly. "I'll give you a fair answer. Madame Horton is my brother's wife. The story I've given you is straight as Piquette will tell you, since she heard much of it from my brother. Your daughter died shortly after her mother, your wife. My interest in this affair is personal to this extent. I don't intend to have Madame Horton used any longer by an unprincipled blackmailer." "Surely then you would have told Madame Horton the truth and saved me this unpleasantness." "Yes, I've told her," said Jim slowly, "but she's helpless. Can't you see, Monsieur? It has all been very sudden for her. She doesn't know what to believe. Besides, Monsieur Quinlevin has the birth certificate and the testimony of the nurse." "But if Madame Horton is an honorable woman——" "You can count on that," put in Horton quickly. "She doesn't want your money. She isn't Quinlevin's kind." "Then why doesn't she renounce him?" "She might. But what difference would that make? She might permit herself to think she was Joan of Arc, but that wouldn't make her any one but Patricia Madeleine Aulnoy de Vautrin, if Barry Quinlevin has evidence enough to prove that she is." De Vautrin frowned darkly and twitched his jeweled fingers. "But she would have something to say about her own desires in the matter," he said. "Her own desires haven't anything to do with it. See here, Monsieur de Vautrin, Barry Quinlevin proves her birth by a certificate. He also proves by the nurse that she was the child brought into his house, and the child he has brought up as his ward, bearing his name and accepting your money for 21 years. Hush money, monsieur, that you paid to keep her out of a fortune you thought belonged to her." "But it doesn't belong to her," cried de Vautrin, gesticulating. "It's mine since the child is dead. Monsieur Harry Horton——" Piquette broke in. "Monsieur Harry Horton could be called to the stand, of course, but his testimony is not to be relied upon." "Your brother, monsieur?" "Yes, Monsieur de Vautrin," replied Jim. "My brother, but an intimate of Barry Quinlevin's." "Ah, I comprehend. An accomplice." "You might call him that if you like." He shrugged and turned aside. "We don't get along, my brother and I, but I don't think you'll find much to gain by putting him on the witness stand. Besides, it won't look very pretty in the papers. It's as much to my interest as yours to keep it out." The Duke eyed him suspiciously again. "But you must have some other interest besides this in wishing to help me. What's the axe you have to grind, monsieur?" Jim Horton grinned and shrugged. "For myself, nothing." "That is difficult to believe." "Then I would advise you to tax your imagination to the utmost. I don't want Madame Horton to figure in an affair that she will regret the rest of her life." "But why?" "Monsieur is in love with Madame Horton." Piquette's voice broke in very calmly. There was a silence for a moment in which Jim Horton looked at Piquette. Piquette gazed at de Vautrin, and de Vautrin stared from one to the other in astonishment. His knowledge of the world had given him no instinct to appraise a situation such as this, but Piquette met his gaze clearly. "It is the truth, Olivier," she repeated. "And now perhaps you understand." "It is extraordinary," he gasped. "And you too?" "I brought him to you. Your interests are the same, and mine with both." "Parbleu, if I could believe it!" Jim Horton rose, aware of a desire to pull the waxed mustaches to see if they were real. "You needn't believe it if you don't want to," he said carelessly. "And you don't have to believe my story. But I've given you your warning. Barry Quinlevin may be in Nice now, with his birth certificate and his Nora Burke." He buttoned his overcoat and turned toward the door. "I think I'll be going back to Nice, Piquette," he said coolly, and then to the bewildered Frenchman, "Good night, monsieur." "One moment," gasped the Duke, toddling after him and catching him by the hand. "I believe you, monsieur. Why should I not believe you, since what you say is what I wish to believe? It is all very bewildering. I should have thanked you long ago for your kindness." Jim Horton turned with a smile. "It's about time. And it ought to be fairly clear that I have little interest in your fortune or even in you, monsieur. I don't mind being shot at for my interference in Mr. Quinlevin's affairs, but I might have been hit, or Piquette might, which would have been worse, and I don't relish having my word doubted, or hers." "I beg forgiveness. You have been shot at?" Piquette explained quickly, while de Vautrin's watery eyes grew larger. "Mon Dieu! And you say they are coming here?" "Yes, if their dinky little train ever reaches its destination. I'm afraid you're in for it, Monsieur de Vautrin." De Vautrin threw out his arms wildly. "I will not see them. I will go away." Jim Horton nodded. "That's all right, but it's only putting off the evil moment. When they get their evidence working, you'll have to meet it some way. And then what will you do?" De Vautrin had caught Jim by the coat sleeve and pulled him down into the seat beside him. And then with a pseudo-dramatic air which failed of conviction, "I shall fight, monsieur." "With what?" "With the evidence you've given me." "It's not enough." Horton shook his head and laughed. "It looks to me as though you were elected president of the Quinlevin Endowment Association." "But there must be some way of getting at the truth," cried the Frenchman, now really pitiful in his alarm. "Ah, that's it," laughed Jim. "You know Madame Horton is not your daughter, and I know it, but that doesn't beat Quinlevin." "What then, monsieur?" "You've got to kill his evidence." "But how?" "With stronger evidence of your own. You haven't it, or any prospect of getting it that I can see. So there's only one course open." "And that, monsieur?" asked de Vautrin eagerly. "To break down Quinlevin's. I'm no lawyer, but that's only common sense. Nora Burke is a liar bribed with £5,000, and there never was a lie that didn't have its weak points. You've got to make her speak the truth." "How?" "I don't know, but I wouldn't mind trying. Then you've got to get that birth certificate." "I don't see how you expect to do that." "Neither do I. Quinlevin is no fool. But then he's not supernatural either." The Duc was silent, appalled by the undertaking which had presented itself, and the calm way in which his visitor discussed his projects filled him with wonder. "Justice, Monsieur de Vautrin, is on your side. Will you fight for it?" "Assuredly, monsieur, if you will but help." Jim Horton laughed. "Then you no longer believe I have an axe to grind?" "No, no, monsieur." "And you no longer cherish evil thoughts of Piquette?" "Upon my honor," said the Duc, a jeweled hand at his heart. "And yet, monsieur, you can hardly blame me for some irritation at meeting her here with you." Jim Horton glanced toward the door significantly and then dryly, "You hardly deserve her, Monsieur de Vautrin. I am proud of her friendship. It's the finest thing in my life." De Vautrin wagged his head foolishly and then shrugged a futile shoulder. "What do you want me to do, monsieur?" he asked peevishly. Horton lighted a cigarette carefully and took Piquette by the hand. "First, Monsieur de Vautrin," he said coolly, "you will send Madame Thibaud about her business." "Monsieur!" said the Duc with a show of dignity. "Suit yourself. But she's in the way. This is no time for fooling. Does she go or doesn't she?" De Vautrin's injured dignity trembled in the balance for a moment and then fell away, merged in his apprehension for the immediate future. "That can doubtless be arranged," he said with a frown. "Good," said Horton jovially. "And the sooner the better. It will clear the atmosphere amazingly. Then we will prepare to fight Monsieur Quinlevin with his own weapons." "Yes, you, I, Piquette. That's what we came here for. You've made the mistake of underrating Barry Quinlevin. He's desperate. He's playing a big game. And if you don't want to be the goat, you'll do what I advise." "I'm listening." "If I'm not mistaken, he will reach here tomorrow afternoon with Madame Horton and Nora Burke. And you've got to see them." "I, monsieur?" "Yes, you here in your rooms in the Hôtel de Paris. You will give it out that you are here for a week. They must take rooms in Monte Carlo. Then you will listen politely to everything Quinlevin has to say, to everything Nora Burke has to say. But you yourself will say nothing." "But you, monsieur?" "I shall be in an adjoining room, but they must not know it." "But Barry Quinlevin will discover that you have been here." "Of course." "You will tell him that." "They will tell you that I have lied, but you won't believe them. And then you will tell them that I have gone away." "But when will you come into my assistance?" "That depends upon what I hear through the keyhole." But would it not be simpler to pay this Nora Burke for telling the truth?" Horton laughed. "It does seem simple, doesn't it? I don't know much about French law, but I wouldn't want to be caught at it out where I come from. Let's play this game straight and trust to luck. If Quinlevin is too sharp for us, we'll try something else. Do you agree?" "Of course, Monsieur." And so it was settled. On the following morning, Madame Thibaud was sent back to Paris, and Piquette and Jim Horton ostentatiously took the train for Nice, returning subsequently by automobile to Monte Carlo, where they were hidden in rooms in the Hôtel de Paris. In this they were aided by an official of the hotel who proved to be an old acquaintance of Piquette's in Paris. And so when Barry Quinlevin arrived from Nice in the afternoon with Moira and Nora Burke, inquiring for the Duc, the information was conveyed directly to Horton, who was happy to learn that Tricot had not yet caught up with the party. Monsieur de Vautrin, who had been carefully rehearsed in the part he was to play, seemed to enter into the game with some spirit, and was sent over to the casino to play trente et quarante, where after a while Barry Quinlevin found him, deeply absorbed in his game of chance. The Duc manifested polite surprise, Quinlevin polite insistence, and then they talked for a while, the Duc indifferently, Quinlevin impressively, to the end that an appointment was made for an hour later the following afternoon in the Duc's apartment, where he would listen in all good nature and tolerance to what his visitors would have to say. He hoped his daughter was handsome. It would be a pity if all this money was to go to one who could not use it with dignity. All this in an ironic and jocular mood which only brought a dour smile upon Quinlevin's face. But the main object of the preliminary encounter was achieved, for Barry Quinlevin accepted without reservation the Duc's assertion that Jim Horton, having performed his mission, had returned to Paris. When the hour of the appointment arrived, Jim Horton sat behind the door into the bedroom of Monsieur de Vautrin, carefully studying the pages of an English-French dictionary. The Duc sat over his paper with an air of unconcern he was far from feeling. Piquette, at the American's instructions, was elsewhere. Quinlevin, shown to the door of the room by a servant of the hotel, met the Duc with his most amiable smile and introduced the women of his party. Moira was pale, Nora Burke uncomfortable but arrogant. "Monsieur de Vautrin," Quinlevin began with something of an air, "permit me to present to ye your daughter Patricia Madeleine Aulnoy de Vautrin." The Duc smiled politely, bowed and stared. Moira, who as though in duty had taken a step toward him, paused. And then as she saw the look that Monsieur de Vautrin swept over her, the color flamed into her cheeks. The Duc's rebuff gave for the first time a true perception of the position in which she had voluntarily placed herself. If she were a mere adventuress, he could not have accused her more eloquently, and the admiration in his impudent stare was even more insulting. This man, this effete boulevardier, her father? Impossible. And the repulsion she felt at the sight of him made her wish only to go anywhere away from the sight of him. What else she had expected she didn't know, for even Barry Quinlevin had not been too explicit as to what would be likely to happen. But there was her mentor at her side, a gentle hand upon her elbow urging her forward into the armchair by the window, which Monsieur de Vautrin was indicating with a rather exaggerated gesture of formality. "Thanks, Monsieur," said Quinlevin with an easy laugh, sinking into another chair. "You're not to be blamed for not flying into each other's arms after all these years, when your acquaintance in the beginning was, to say the least, a most trivial affair. But in a while perhaps you'll be knowing each other better, and I'm sure, Monsieur, you'll be finding my ward, as I have done, a fine creature capable of the most filial devotion." "Ah," said de Vautrin, "I don't doubt that. It would truly be a great pleasure to me to discover so beautiful a creature to be a daughter of mine. But the facts of the matter, unfortunately——" "One moment, Monsieur," broke in Quinlevin. "Before we arrive at the facts in the matter, you must be aware that this situation is none of my ward's choosing. She came because she knew that it was a sacred duty which she owed to the memory of her mother. Many years have passed since your affairs called you away from Ireland, and she lays no fault to yourself for your desertion, for which I have taken all the blame. She knows that you've provided for her comfortably, and that I have made it my pleasure to act as your substitute as well as I could. But the time has come when she must take her place in the world to which she belongs, and it's my duty to be putting her there. To this end, as you'll see, I brought with me her old nurse, Nora Burke, with whom you're already acquainted, and who will be answering any questions that you would like to put to her." Monsieur de Vautrin frowned and moved his gaze from Moira to the servant who stood, her large hands, badly gloved, folded upon her stomach, her feet shifting uneasily. "I've heard something of Nora Burke's story," said de Vautrin dryly, "but there are parts of it that I have not heard." "You're quite at liberty to question, Monsieur," put in Quinlevin. "Nora, too, is merely an instrument of truth in the hand of Providence." "Since Providence has ceased providing," said the Duc dryly, "I comprehend. But I will listen to this extraordinary tale again, since I have promised to do so. It can do no harm. Allons, proceed, Nora Burke. My poor wife, you say, engaged you some weeks before my daughter was born?" "She did, your Highness." And as the woman hesitated, "Go on, Nora," said Quinlevin. "The child was born, this very girl they call Moira Quinlevin, who sits before ye. A beautiful child she was, fine and healthy, that the poor Duchess never lived to see, for she died that night, God rest her soul, faded away before our very eyes." "And who was there beside yourself?" asked the Duc coolly. "Dominic Finucane, the doctor from Athlone, and Father Reilly, the priest who gave her absolution." "And who since died," said de Vautrin dryly. "Yes, your Highness, but the birth certificate. I was after Capon, since no father came near us, nor any relation. Mary Callonby was a lonely kind, and when she came back to Galway, took to living solitary like on the small farm with only the one servant, Mrs. Boyle, to look after her." "And Mrs. Boyle is also dead," put in de Vautrin keenly. "She is. It's very unfortunate that all the witnesses have seen fit to die." "All but me, your Highness," said Nora assertively. De Vautrin shrugged. "Well, what happened then?" "Well, Mrs. Boyle and meself, we didn't know what to be after doing, so we just followed the advice of Father Reilly." "And what did he tell you to do?" Nora glanced at Quinlevin, who nodded. "In a while He brought Mr. Barry Quinlevin, this gentleman here, who lived on the only place nearby, and told us to be going to his home. Mr. Quinlevin was after being very lonely, he said, his own wife and Colleen having died a few months before." "That was kind of Mr. Quinlevin." "We thought so, your Highness. But it was kind of Father Riley, too, for nobody was after coming to see about the poor choild, and Mr. Quinlevin was that grateful. He watched the babby like it was his own." "That's true enough. He would," sneered the Duke. "And what happened then?" "Mrs. Boyle and we lived in the house of Mr. Quinlevin, her as cook and me as nurse, bringing up the choild as Miss Moira Quinlevin, alone in the house for wakes at a time, when Mr. Quinlevin was after being away to London or Paris on business. But all the while I was keeping the birth certificate, and all the while trying me best to take the place of poor Mary Callonby." "And you were well paid for this service?" asked de Vautrin. "I had me wages. It was enough." "And when you heard that Mr. Quinlevin had seen me in Paris 2 years afterward, you received more money?" Nora's glance sought Quinlevin, who broke in calmly. "I gave Nora as well as Mrs. Boyle a bit more, you understand, a proper share of the sum for the support of the child, and they agreed to say nothing." He fingered in his pocket and brought forth a paper. "This, as you can plainly see, is a copy of the birth certificate of your child." "And the original?" asked the Duke. "Will be provided at the proper time," said Quinlevin shrewdly. De Vautrin took the paper and read it carefully. "And where is Mrs. Boyle at the present moment?" he asked. "Dead also?" "3 weeks ago," said Quinlevin calmly. "It's most unfortunate, but her signature can be verified." "And Father Riley also, of course," said the Duke with a quick glance toward his bedroom door. "And there are other papers?" "Yes," said Quinlevin. "Letters from you, accompanying your checks, which guarantee your verbal agreement in Paris, the will of Patrick Callonby, and a few other trifles which are important to you." "And you think your case is complete?" "Oh, yes, quite. An Irish court won't hesitate very long just at this time in carrying out the provisions of this will." Monsieur de Vautrin smiled. "And what do you wish me to do?" he asked quietly. "To perform merely an act of restitution, an act of justice to your own. You know the terms of the will. In the event of the mother dying, her fortune was to revert unconditionally to the child, but she's to be considerate of your age and the relation that exists between you, which, however strange it may seem to you both at this time, is that of father and only daughter. You both form the habits of your lives, yourself living bachelor fashion in Paris and London. Your daughter is disposed to be generous and does not wish to interfere with your plans for the future. She will, if you please, still keep the matter secret and go on living with me, yourself to continue in the comfortable life of your bachelorhood." "And your terms?" asked de Vautrin quietly. Barry Quinlevin pocketed the copy of the birth certificate which Monsieur de Vautrin had put upon the table. "As to terms, that won't be made difficult. The estate of Patrick Callonby was reckoned at £1 million sterling. We'll say 20 millions of francs or thereabouts, since you're not a man of business, and allowing for depreciation. Give your daughter proper securities to the amount of 1/3 of her fortune, and she will assign the other 2/3 to you." Quinlevin paused, for when the terms were mentioned, Monsieur de Vautrin had begun to smile, and now burst into an unpleasant laugh. "Well, Monsieur de Vautrin, broke off Quinlevin angrily. "It's merely," he replied, "that you don't figure enough for depreciation." "What do you mean?" 21 years is a long while, and you're right when you say that I am no man of business. My fortune has diminished year by year, and since the war, poof, it has vanished into thin air. The estate of Patrick Callonby, monsieur, is now a myth." Barry Quinlevin rose, trying to keep his temper. "There are ways of verifying your statements, monsieur." "Of course. I commend you to them. And Nora Burke, who might have told me the truth last summer in Ireland when I was disposed to be generous." "I've told the truth," asserted Nora doggedly, in spite of her bewilderment. "And how much more will you tell when there's no money for the telling?" said de Vautrin, rising. For at this moment the door into the adjoining room opened and Jim Horton strode quickly into the room. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Jim Makes a Guess. Horton did not look at Moira and quickly sought out the tall figure of the astonished Irishman who stood by the table glaring angrily. "What's this, Monsieur de Vautrin?" he asked. "I beg pardon," said Horton quickly, "but my departure has been delayed by the necessity for presenting some evidence which had been overlooked by Mr. Quinlevin." "A trick, Monsieur de Vautrin," stormed the Irishman. "I'll have none of him," and moved toward the door into the corridor. But Jim Horton had reached it ahead of him and quickly locking the door, put the key into his pocket, turned quickly, his height topping Quinlevin's, his bulk dominating him. "I'm afraid you must," said Horton coolly. "Must!" Quinlevin struggled for his temper and then, realizing that he was doing his cause no good, shrugged a careless shoulder and glanced toward the door into the adjoining room. "And your compagnon de voyage? Is she to be with us also?" he said insultingly, for Moira's benefit. Horton met Moira's glance as she took a pace forward toward him. "By what right do you keep me here against my will?" she asked in angry disdain. He faced her coolly. "By every right you've given me, to act in your interest, whether you wish it or not." "I'm quite capable of looking after my own affairs," she cut in quickly. He smiled quietly. "If I thought so, I shouldn't be here." "Will you unlock that door?" she asked icily. He did not move and his level gaze met hers calmly. "No, Moira," he said gently. "I won't." "Oh!" she gasped furiously, then turned her back and went to the window where she stood silently looking down over the garden. Without noticing her further, Horton turned toward Quinlevin. "You seem to have forgotten your conversation with me in the hospital at Neuilly, Mr. Quinlevin, and the intimate blood ties that bind me to your fellow conspirator, Harry Horton." Quinlevin had sunk into a chair in an attitude of careless grace and, playing this old gambler's game, smiled grimly up into the face of the enemy. "Your talents for the dramatic will be getting you into trouble, Mr. Horton. I've only to be asking Moira to shout for help from the window to land you in the jail. But I confess to some idle curiosity as to your reasons for this behavior, and I warn ye that when you unlock the door, I'll see you into prison at Monaco. In the meanwhile, I'll tell ye that what ye say will be held against ye." "And what of the evidence I hold against you, Barry Quinlevin?" "The evidence of a deserter from the American army," Quinlevin sneered. "Let it be brief and to the point, Corporal Horton." "You don't alarm me," said Horton calmly. "I've discounted that. Give me up to the provost guard and my brother will go on the witness stand against me, but against you too, Mr. Quinlevin, in Monsieur de Vautrin's interests." Horton laughed easily as the Irishman refused to reply. "Come, perhaps it won't be necessary to go so far as that. If your friend Tricot had done his shooting at Marbeuf a little lower, neither Piquette nor I would be here to oppose you." Jim Horton saw Moira turn from the window with startled eyes at Tricot's name, but he went on carelessly. "But here I am, and I'm not easy to kill, Mr. Quinlevin. If I came through at Boissière Wood, I'm not likely to get hit now, so you'd better listen to me." "I've been doing little else these 10 minutes, Mr. Horton," said Quinlevin, yawning politely. "I won't waste any more time than I can help. But when you promise Nora Burke £5,000 for telling a lie, I want to give her her money's worth." He turned to the old woman with a frown as he caught her off her guard, but Quinlevin broke in quickly. "See here, Horton, I've had about enough of this." The Irishman rose furiously, but Horton took a quick pace toward him. "Keep your hands out of your pocket, Quinlevin," he shouted warningly. "I'm younger than you and quicker. That's better. And Monsieur de Vautrin, you will please close the window. The interview is apt to be noisy." The Irishman knew that he was no match in physical strength for the American, and so he sank into his chair again, Horton near him in a commanding position where he could watch Nora Burke. He was conscious of Moira's gaze from the corner by de Vautrin. She had not spoken, but he knew that he had her attention again. £5,000 for a lie," he said distinctly over Quinlevin's head. "That's true, isn't it, Nora?" But the woman had had time to regain some of her composure after the sudden shock of his first accusation, and turned on him defiantly. "'Tis not," she replied, "and the man lies who says it." "Even if it was Mr. Quinlevin himself?" said Horton. "Say nothing, Nora," the Irishman's voice broke in quickly. "No one can make you speak." "But when he says——" "Silence!" Horton shrugged. "As you please. But she'll have to answer later. And it won't be so easy then. £5,000 is a lot of money." "It's a lie." "Silence!" from Quinlevin. "It's a mighty small sum, Nora Burke, for so big a lie." When the woman opened her mouth to speak again, Quinlevin silenced her with a gesture, but her face was flushed, and she shifted from one foot to the other, glaring at her tormentor, who, it seemed, had just begun his inquisition. Horton smiled at her grimly. "It's a mighty small sum, Nora, especially as you're not going to get any of it unless Mr. Quinlevin has other means at his disposal." "I want no money from Mr. Quinlevin." "Then you're just lying for the fun of it? Do you happen to know what the penalty for false swearing is in France?" "Don't let him frighten you, Nora," interjected the Irishman. "It's excommunication," said Horton, grinning at his own invention. Nora was silent, but her face was a study in her varying emotions. She had not bargained for this, and her knees were shaking under her. Quinlevin's laugh reassured her a little. "I'm not believing you," she muttered. "You don't have to believe me, but you'll wish you'd never left Galway when Monsieur de Vautrin's lawyer gets through with you, and nothing at the end of it all but a French jail." "I never did any harm in me life." "Except to forget to speak the truth. You're getting old, Nora. Maybe that's what's the matter with your memory, because Monsieur de Vautrin is certain that the facts about the birth of his child are quite different from those you've related. You've said that Mary Callonby's child was this very girl called Moira Quinlevin?" "I did. She was," blurted Nora furiously. "And before she died, that very night, she gave the child a Christian name." "She did." "You're very sure of this?" "Nora!" warned Quinlevin. "I'm sure of it. Why wouldn't I?" cried Nora, "when I was hearing the very words of her tongue." "And the child was a girl?" "Yes, a girl." Quinlevin rose, glaring at Horton. "Silence, Nora!" "Then why," insisted Horton, "if the child was a girl, was it given the Christian name of a boy?" "A boy?" Nora Burke started back a pace, her round foolish face, usually florid, now the color of putty. "Nora!" Quinlevin roared. "Keep silent! You hear?" But it was too late to repair the damage done. Horton had not taken his gaze from Nora Burke's face, and he knew that he had struck his mark. He was aware of Moira, who had come forward and was leaning on the table near him, watching as eagerly as he. Jim Horton shrugged and brought quickly from his pocket a small red book, which he opened at a page carefully dog-eared. "This little book is a dictionary of French and English, Nora. It's a very good dictionary. Here's a page of Christian names in French and in English. Here you are. Patrice, Patrick. Can you tell me in the name of all that's sensible why Mary Callonby named the child Patrick, unless it was a boy?" Nora gasped for breath once or twice, glancing at Quinlevin, who shrugged and frowned. "The name upon the birth certificate is Patricia," he growled. "Then who changed it?" asked Horton keenly, glaring at Nora. "Not I, sor. I can't write," she gasped. Jim Horton laughed. "It couldn't have been Father Reilly or Dr. Finucane. Perhaps Mr. Quinlevin will produce the certificate." "When the time comes," gasped Quinlevin, "you'll see it in a court of law." "And the death certificate of your own child, too, Mr. Quinlevin?" asked Horton amiably. "Aye, that too," he stammered in his rage as he faced the American. "But you won't be there to see, for on my evidence you'll be shot, my friend the masquerader." "I'll have to run that chance." Moira's voice, tense, shrill with nervousness, broke in as she caught Quinlevin by the arm. "No, never! You will not dare! I forbid it." "We'll see to that." The Duc, who at last seemed to have recovered his initiative, came forward with an air of alacrity. "Perhaps, Monsieur Horton, it is just as well if you now unlock the door." Horton looked at his wrist watch. "Willingly. Oblige me, Monsieur." And he handed de Vautrin the key. "Unless there are some further matters Mr. Quinlevin wishes to discuss." Jim's gaze met Moira's for the fraction of a second, and brief as it was, he seemed to find a glimpse of that fool's paradise in which he had lived for a while. And then her glance turned from him to Quinlevin as she moved past Horton toward the door. Nora Burke, her stolidity shaken, her arrogant mien fallen amid the wreck of her probity, sent a fleeting glance over her shoulder toward the long mustaches of de Vautrin and stumbled after Moira. But the Duc was in high feather again and fairly danced to the door. "Will you give me your Paris address that I may send you the money, Mr. Barry Quinlevin?" he shouted after him into the corridor. There was no reply. Quinlevin's clever house of cards had toppled and fallen, but Horton followed down the corridor when they turned the corner and watched what happened. At the landing the Irishman made a gesture, and the two women went in the direction of their rooms while Quinlevin passed down the stairs. When Horton returned to the room, the Duc closed the door and came delightedly toward him. "Ah, mon ami, it was as good as a play. How did you know that my child was not a girl, but a boy?" "I didn't know it," sighed Horton with a laugh. "I guessed it." "But you must have." "I got to thinking last night. The whole story was a lie. Why shouldn't this be a part of it?" "But a suspicion wasn't enough." "Enough for a starter, Monsieur. You'll admit it might have been a boy. Just because you always thought the child was a girl, that didn't make it one." I lay awake. Phrases in Quinlevin's talk in the studio came back to me, and I began to think about the name Patrice. He said, "A little hard to read. Patricia it is." Just phrases, but this meant something. Female, me boy. A little illegible. Horton turned with a quick gesture. Why should the name Patricia be illegible when all the rest was clear? "But you said nothing of this to me," muttered the Duc. "I wasn't sure. I sent out for the dictionary. It had the Christian names in the back. Patrice was Patrick. There wasn't any Patricia. You French have a way of giving males and females the same names anyway. Madeleine. I knew a Frenchman in America with Madeleine for a middle name. Aulnoy might be anything." A family name. Yes, your wife wanted your family name in it. But she wanted her father's name too, Patrick. So she called the boy Patrice. We can prove this now, I think." "Assuredly, Monsieur," said de Vautrin. "You are a genius." "No, I'm only a good guesser. But it worked. I got the poor thing rattled. And when I saw Nora's face, I knew I'd hit with the second barrel." Outside it was getting dark. Horton went to the window and peered out. "Monsieur de Vautrin, there's nothing to keep you here now," he said. "It may be even dangerous to remain. You must go away incognito and by the first train. You've been very careless with your affairs. Lay your entire case in the hands of your lawyer, telling him all that has happened here and sending to Ireland for a careful search of the birth records of the parish of Athlone." "But you, Monsieur, what will you do?" "I shall stay here a while. There's something else that I must do." "And Piquette?" "I will see that she returns safely." "You are very good, Monsieur," said the Duc. "Will you forgive me for my suspicions?" "Yes, if you will promise to give Piquette the affection she deserves. She is a child, Monsieur, with great impulses, both good and bad. What she becomes will depend upon your treatment of her." "She has saved me from great trouble, bringing you, my savior." Horton moved into the bedroom and picked up his hat. "Don't let that trouble you," he said, and then offered his hand. "Glad to have met you, Monsieur. Au revoir. I will see you in Paris in a week, but don't waste any time getting out of here. Allez tout de suite. You understand? Paris in a week, Monsieur." And with a quick wave of his hand, Horton went out and walked rapidly down the corridor. The interview with Quinlevin had served a double purpose. He had succeeded beyond all hope in finding out what he had wanted to know, and he had so occupied the Irishman's time that Piquette could proceed unmolested in making an investigation of her own. He hurried up to her room to meet her, as agreed. Watching the corridor, he knocked by a preconcerted signal. There was no reply. After a moment he opened the door and entered. The room was empty. Piquette was fearless, but she was also clever. It was her thought that Barry Quinlevin would take no chances with the original birth certificate and other papers in the apartment of Monsieur de Vautrin. It was her suggestion that she be permitted to take advantage of the absence of Quinlevin and his party to make a thorough search of the rooms for any private papers. And in this she was aided and abetted by Monsieur Jacquot in the office of the hotel, to whom she explained as much as was necessary and who provided the keys and wished her luck in her undertaking. Jim had allowed her an hour for the investigation, during which period he had promised to keep Quinlevin prisoner. Here then Piquette reached new heights of self-abnegation, for in helping Jim in the cause of Moira, she worked against her own interests, which had nothing to do with Moira Quinlevin. Jim had opened her eyes to her obligations to Monsieur de Vautrin, but she had done her duty merely because Jim had asked it of her. He had kissed her as though she were a queen. She could never forget that. But in spite of any mental reservation she may have had in doing something in the interest of the girl Jim Horton loved, she was conscious of a thrill of keen interest in the task that she had set herself. And Piquette went about her investigation methodically, waiting on the steps from the upper landing until Quinlevin and the two women had entered the room of the Duc, when, keys in hand, she made her way quickly to the rooms Quinlevin had engaged. There were 3 of them en suite, with connecting doors, and with a quick glance along the empty corridor, she entered the nearest one. An ancient valise and a flannel wrapper proclaimed its occupant Nora. There might be something of interest here, but it was doubtful, for Barry Quinlevin was hardly a man to leave Nora in possession of any documents that were better kept in his own hands. But Piquette nevertheless searched carefully, and for her trouble found nothing. The door into the adjoining room, that of Madame Horton, was open, showing how quickly and easily an entente had been reestablished between Moira Quinlevin and her old nurse. At the threshold of this room Piquette paused, glancing with a delicate frown at the articles of feminine apparel on bed and dressing stand. She sniffed, scenting the air delicately, her chin raised. Violette. Then she approached the bed and took a white garment and rubbed it critically between thumb and forefinger. "Humph," said Piquette again. A pair of stockings next, a small slipper which she measured with her own, shrugged, and then searched the suitcase and dressing table thoroughly. Of paper there was nothing, not even a postcard. The door into Barry Quinlevin's room was bolted on the side where Piquette stood. She went back through the rooms that she had passed to be sure that nothing had been disarranged, locked the outside door of Nora Burke's room as she had found it, and then went back to Quinlevin's door, which she opened quickly and peered around. Here there was a field for more careful investigation. A suitcase, a dressing stand, a bed, some chairs, a closet. All of them she took in a quick inspection. The suitcase first. And if locked, she meant to take it bodily away. It wasn't locked. She had a slight sense of disappointment. It contained a change of underlinen, some collars, socks, a box of cigars, and a bottle of Irish whiskey. All of these she scrutinized with care, as well as the cloth lining and the receptacles in the lid, and then, arranging the contents as she had found them, straightened with a short breath and looked elsewhere. No, Monsieur Quinlevin would have hidden such important papers more cleverly than that. Where then? In a place so obvious that no one would think of looking there for them? That was an ancient trick, well known to the police. But after she had looked around the room, she examined the bed minutely, running her nimble fingers along the ticking of the mattress, the pillows, dismantling the bed completely, and then, satisfied that she had exhausted this possibility, remade it skillfully. Next the dressing stand, inch by inch inside and out, then the upholstery of the chairs, straightening at last, puzzled. And yet she knew that the birth certificate must be in these rooms somewhere. She moved the rugs, examined the ashes in the fireplace, the baseboard and molding, took down the pictures from the walls, and then, baffled, sank into the armchair for a moment to think. Could Quinlevin have taken the precaution to leave the documents in the safe at the Hôtel Ruhl in Nice? Or would he perhaps have deposited them downstairs in the strong box of the Hôtel de Paris? In that event, Monsieur, her friend, would help. But her hour had not yet expired. There were a few moments left. Where else was she to look? She glanced at the picture molding, the walls, the electric light brackets by the bed and dressing stand, then rose for a last and possibly futile and despairing effort. She ran her sensitive fingers over the bracket by the bed. It was affixed to the wall by a hexagonal brass plate held by a small screw. She tried to move the screw with her fingers, but it resisted. So she ran to the dressing stand for a nail file, and in a moment had moved the brass plate from the wall. A patch of broken wallpaper and wires in a small hole, but no papers. She screwed the plate carefully into place and turned to the other fixture over the dressing stand. This was her last venture, but she had determined to make it, and felt a slight thrill of expectation when the screw of the first bracket moved easily in her fingers. She loosened the plate, and as it came out from the surface of the wall, there was a sibilant rustle, and something slipped down behind the dressing stand to the floor. Eager now with excitement, she thrust her fingers behind the plate and brought forth some papers. These she examined quickly in amazement, then carefully screwed the bracket into its place, recovering the other paper that had fallen to the floor. Success! The papers that she had taken from behind the bracket she could not understand, but the paper that she had recovered from the floor was the much desired birth certificate of the dead child. The light was failing, but in the shadow of the hangings of the French window she stood and read the name Patricia Madeleine Aulnoy de Vautrin. She was filled with joy of her success and so absorbed in the perusal of the paper that she did not hear the small sounds that came from the adjoining room, nor was she aware of the tall, dark figure of the girl with the pale face, who for a long moment had stood in the doorway watching her in silent amazement. And it was not until Moira spoke that Piquette turned, the papers hidden behind her, and met the steady gaze of the woman Jim Horton loved. "What are you doing in this room?" asked Moira steadily. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. At bay. Piquette sent one fleeting glance at her, then stepped out upon the sill of the French window which extended to the floor. When she turned toward Moira, a little pale and breathing rapidly, her hands were empty. "What did you throw out of the window? What are you doing here?" Moira asked again, moving quickly to the push button by the door. "Answer me or I'll ring." Piquette by this time had recovered some of her composure. "Oh, Madame, it is not necessaire to ring," she said easily. "I can explain myself if you will but listen. You have no right in this room unless you are a servant of the hotel, and that you are not." "No, Madame," said Piquette coolly. "I am no servant of the hotel. But strange to say, even against my will, I am your friend." "My friend? Who are you?" Piquette glanced toward the door into the hall rather anxiously. "If you will permit me to come into your room, I will answer you." Moira hesitated for a moment and then indicated the door by which she had entered. Piquette preceded her into the room as Moira stood by the door, still uncertain but curious as to this stranger who claimed friendship. Piquette indicated the door. "You will please close it, Madame," she urged with a smile. "I am quite harmless." And Moira obeyed, catching the bolt into its place and turning with an air very little mollified. "Who are you?" she demanded shortly. "Answer me." Instead of replying at once, Piquette sank into a chair, crossed one knee over the other, and leaned forward, her chin on her fingers, staring frankly at her companion. "You are handsome, Madame Horton," she murmured as though grudgingly. "Ver' handsome." Moira flushed a little and returned the other woman's look, a sudden suspicion flashing across her mind that this woman—this was— "Who are you?" she stammered. I am Madame Morin, and I am called Piquette," said the visitor clearly. Moira recoiled a pace, her back as flat as the door behind her. "You, Piquette Morin! You dare!" "Quietly, Madame Horton," said Piquette gently. "I have told you I am your friend." "Go, Madame," said Moira in a choking voice and pointing to the door. "Go." But Piquette did not move. "Ah, you do not believe me. It is the truth. I am your friend. I am proving it by coming in here, by trying to help you in this——" "I do not need your help, Madame. Will you go?" "Yes, Madame Horton. I will go in a minute. When I tell you the risk Jim Horton and I have run to keep you from making of yourself a fool." Moira gasped at the impudence. "What I am does not matter, but what you and Jim Horton are does. I wish to hear no more." "Not even that Monsieur Quinlevin has got the vilain Tricot to shoot at us in the train?" Piquette shrugged. "Sapristi, Madame Horton, if we had been killed, you would perhaps think it a proof of friendship." She had caught the girl's attention, but Moira still demurred. "I ask no favors of you, Madame Morin," she said haltingly. "No, Madame Horton," said Piquette quietly, "but I'll give them freely for you, for him. Perhaps you think that is nothing for me to do. La la, I am only human after all." So was Moira. Piquette's purposeful ambiguity aroused her curiosity, and she turned toward the French girl, her glance passing over her with a new interest. "I don't understand you, Madame," she said coldly. "I did not hope that you would, but it is not so difficile. I try to help Monsieur Jim Horton because he has taught me what it means to be brave and faithful and honorable to the one he love, and because you are blind and will not see." "Not so blind that I have not seen what you would have hidden." "I have nothing to hide from you, Madame Horton. I am proud of the friendship of Jim Horton. I would go to the end of the world to make him happy." "Friendship?" gasped Moira. "Or love, Madame," said Piquette gently. "Call it what you please." "And you dare to tell me this, you?" Piquette only smiled faintly. "Yes, I love him." And then, with the simplicity of a child, "Don't you, Madame?" Moira stared at her for a second as though she hadn't heard correctly. "No, no, this is too much. You will oblige me." "You wish me to go?" said Piquette with a shrug. "In a moment. But first, let me tell you that what Monsieur Quinlevin has told you about us is a lie, all lies." "You forget, Madame," said Moira, "that I have seen." Piquette smiled. "Because I go to sleep with my head on his shoulder. And what is that? For shame, Madame. Jim Horton care nothing for me. I bring him out of the house in the Rue Charron. I nurse him in my apartment. You think he make love to me when he think of you?" Piquette laughed scornfully. "What kind of woman are you to see the love in the eyes of an honest man and not remember it for the greatest thing that come in a woman's life? His eyes, mon Dieu, Madame. I know the eyes of men. He only love once, Jim Horton. And you think he make love to me. I would give myself to him, but what Jim Horton give to me is much more sweet, more beautiful. He kiss me on the brow, Madame, like I was a child, when I would give him my body." Piquette stopped and then gently, "A woman like me, Madame, can only worship a man like that." Moira was leaning against the bed rail, her head bent, her eyes searching out Piquette's very soul. "And you, Madame," said Piquette, her voice gathering scorn in its very suppression. "You, Madame, who love him too. You listen to everything his enemies say against him. You believe these lies. You let them try to kill him. You help them bring you to dishonor. You try to keep him from saving you from disgrace. What kind of a woman are you, Madame, to have a love like that thrown at your feet and walk away and leave it like a dead flower upon the ground? Must it take a woman like me to show you what is fine and noble in the world? You send him away into the night. Du ciel! Is there no blood in your heart, Madame? No tenderness, no pity for the love of a man like Jim Horton? Love? You do not know what love is, you." "Stop, Madame," gasped Moira, her lips gray and trembling under the wrist that masked her eyes. "You dare not tell me what love is. You don't know everything." "Yes," said Piquette quietly, "I know everything. But only God could keep me from the man I love." "Yes, God," whispered Moira tensely. "Only God." The pallor of her face, the agonized clutch of her white fingers on the table, and the tone of her voice silenced Piquette, and she glanced up at Moira partly in pity, partly in scorn. Piquette's education had not fitted her to understand the motives of women different from herself, but she saw in Moira's face the scars of a great passion and the marks of suffering not to be denied, and so, after a painful moment for Moira, she turned her glance aside. "I cannot speak of this to you, Madame," she heard the girl stammer. "You have no right to judge me or to question my motives. And if I've misjudged you or Jim Horton, God knows I'm sorry for it. But you, Madame, why should you come and tell me these things?" Moira's breath seemed suspended while she waited for the woman's answer. Piquette traced for a moment with her finger on the arm of the chair. "You may be sure it has cost me something," she said slowly. "Does he know? Does Jim Horton know?" "No, Madame. He knows nothing." "Then why?" "Because," said Piquette, rising with some dignity, "because it pleases me, Madame. What Jim Horton wish is my wish too. He love you. Eh bien, what he is to me does not matter." Moira stared at her dully. She could not believe. "If you do not understand me, Madame," Piquette continued, "it is because you do not wish to understand, because all this sacrifice he make for you is in vain. You listen to their lies, become a partner in crime to get money which does not belong to you." "How do you know this?" "Harry Horton, your husband, told me the truth." "Harry!" "Yes, Madame. I was a friend to your husband." "You——" The glances of the two women met, held each other, read each other, omitting nothing. It was Piquette who looked away. If self-abasement was to be the measure of her sacrifice, she had neglected nothing. "And now," she said quietly, "if you please, I shall go away." "Not yet, Madame," said Moira gently. "Not until I tell you that I know what you have done and that I believe what you have said." "Thank you." She caught Piquette by the hand and held her. "I cannot be less noble than you, Madame. Forgive me." "It is Jim Horton who should forgive." "I have done him a great wrong, and you, and I must do him another great wrong. You have said that only God could keep you from the man you love. God has kept me from Jim Horton. I cannot see him again." "But you cannot stay here, Madame," put in Piquette earnestly. "No, perhaps not," wearily. "But you have taught me something. If sacrifice is a test that love exacts, like you, I can bear it." "And make Jim Horton suffer too?" cried Piquette wildly. "What for you think I tell you these things, Madame? You must go with him to Paris." "No, I can't." "What will you do?" "I don't know yet. I must think." "You will do what he ask of you?" "No." "You must see him." "No, don't ask me, Madame." There was a knock upon the door into the corridor, repeated quickly. The two women exchanged glances, Moira bewildered, Piquette dismayed. She had remained too long. "Monsieur Quinlevin," she whispered. Moira, a finger to her lips, beckoned her toward the door into Nora Burke's room, when there was another quick knock and Quinlevin entered quickly, followed by another figure. "Moira, why didn't you——" the Irishman began, and then his glance passed to Piquette. "Ah, you here, Madame?" He frowned with quick suspicion. glancing toward the door into his own room, and then suddenly beckoned his follower in. It was Monsieur Tricot, bent, hobbling, but full of every potentiality for evil. Quinlevin closed and locked the door behind him, putting the key into his pocket, and then with a muttered injunction to his companion, unbolted and opened the door into his own room and disappeared. Moira had scarcely time to note the villainous look the apache cast in Piquette's direction, when Quinlevin came striding in like a demon of vengeance. "Ah, Madame Morin," he snapped. "It seems as though I were just in time. What have you done with the papers?" The little patches of color upon Piquette's lips and eyes seemed suddenly to grow darker in the pallor of her face, for Tricot's evil face nearby was leering at her, Tricot whose secrets she knew and whose secrets she had betrayed. She was horribly frightened, but she managed to control her voice as she replied steadily, "What papers, monsieur? I know nothing of any papers." "The papers referring to the de Vautrin case. Your papers, Moira. Your birth certificate and the letters which went with it." Moira stood near the door into Nora's room, pale but composed, and now she spoke bravely. "Madame Morin has not left this room since she came into it. I know nothing of any papers." Piquette smiled inwardly. Her embassy had not been entirely without success. But Quinlevin glanced quickly at Moira, suspicion becoming a certainty. "Oh, we'll see about this." And striding quickly to Nora Burke's door, locked it securely, and then to Piquette. "Ye'll please accompany me into my room, Madame Morin," he said dryly. "Perhaps Monsieur Tricot and I can find a way to unlock your lips." Piquette cast an appealing glance at Moira. "You will let Madame Morin go," pleaded the girl to the Irishman. "No," he thundered. "There will be no more trickery here. And you stay here too, under lock and key, until your new friend speaks." The two women were helpless, and they knew it. Already Tricot's sharp talons had closed on Piquette's shoulder, but with an effort at composure she shrugged him off and entered the door beside which Barry Quinlevin stood, bowing with ironical politeness. Piquette caught just one glimpse of Moira's white face before the door closed between them. Then the key was turned in the lock, the other key also, and she sank rather helplessly into a chair, a prisoner. "This locking of doors is a game that two persons may play at, Madame," said Quinlevin easily in French. "Our friend, the deserter, locks me in with Monsieur de Vautrin, and while you rifle my papers. And now I keep you prisoner until they are found. Where are they, Madame?" His voice was soft, but even in the dim light iridescent fires played forbiddingly in his little eyes. Piquette was silent, her glance passing about the obscurity as though in search of a resting place. She feared Quinlevin, but more than him she feared the evil shape just beside her shoulder. She could not see Tricot, but she felt his presence, the evil leer at his lips, the bent shoulders, the vulture-like poise of his head, and the vengeance lust burning in his little red eyes. For whatever Monsieur Quinlevin owed her, here she knew was her real enemy. "The papers, Madame," Quinlevin repeated more brusquely. Still no reply. "You took them from behind the bracket yonder. What did you do with them?" "They are gone," she said quickly. "Where?" "That I shall not tell you." She felt the claws of Tricot close upon her shoulder until she shrank with the pain, but she made no sound. "One moment, Tricot," said the Irishman. "There are first other ways of making Madame speak. Release her." Tricot obeyed. "Of course Tricot and I can search you." Piquette laughed. "Search me, monsieur. It is your privilege. I am not squeamish." The Irishman frowned. There was no doubt that what he had proposed had no terrors for a life model. but there were other means at his disposal to find out what he wished to know. "I should have remembered your métier, madame," he sneered. And then, "Our friend Tricot has a long memory. He's not a man who forgets. If you will look at him you will see that this chance meeting is much to his liking." Piquette did not dare to look. "It seems," the Irishman went on, "that the betrayal of the secrets of the small society to which you belong is a grave offense." "I've betrayed no secrets," said Piquette, finding her voice. "No one knows of the affair of the Rue de Charon." "Except Monsieur Horton, who will tell it when he is less busy." "No, he will tell nothing." "Tricot is not willing to take that chance, eh, Tricot?" "No," snapped the vulture. "Piquette knows the penalty. She'll pay it." "And if I pay it," said Piquette bravely, "you'll know no more about what has become of your papers than you do now." Quinlevin made a sign to Tricot. "There's something in that, but I'm in no mood to be trifled with. That ought to be pretty clear." "It is. I'm not trifling." "Then spake." "Or——" Quinlevin paused significantly. Piquette continued to glance around the room as though in a hope that something might happen to release her from her predicament. It had now grown dark outside, but her captors showed no disposition to make a light. And yet it seemed impossible that they would dare. She tried to gain time. "And if I could tell you what has happened to the papers," she asked uncertainly, "will you let me go?" "Yes, speak." "And if I cannot tell you?" "I will tell you, madame. You will be left here alone in this room with the good Tricot." And as Piquette shrank down into her chair, "He's very ingenious rascal, Tricot. Never yet has he been caught by the police." Quinlevin stopped suddenly, his gaze on the rectangle of the open window as though listening. "An open window," he mumbled. "I left it so, p'raps. But do you go, Tricot, and look out. Perhaps there is some one below." The man obeyed without a sound, vanishing outside the window upon the small portico. "No one can help you, madame," Quinlevin said in a threatening whisper. "For at my word Tricot shall be quick and silent." He caught Piquette furiously by the wrist and twisted it. "What have you done with my property?" he asked. "Nothing." "You're lying." Tricot's silhouette appeared at the window. "Monsieur," he whispered tensely, "there is a man below." "Horton," said Quinlevin. "What is he doing?" "Crawling in the bushes, monsieur." The clutch on Piquette's arm grew tighter. "What did you do with the papers?" "I burned them in the fireplace," she said desperately. Quinlevin rushed to the hearth and struck a match, examining the ashes minutely. Then he straightened quickly. "You lie, madame. I burned some letters here this morning. The ashes are just as I left them." In one stride he was at her side again, a pistol in his hand. He caught her roughly by the arm and she bit her lip to keep from crying out with pain. "He is down there. What did you do with the papers? Answer me." "Let me go." "No." "What will you do?" "Unless you tell me the truth." "Shoot him from the window." "You would not dare," she whispered, in spite of her pain. "The people of the hotel will investigate. The police." "Bah! A burglar comes along the portico. I shoot him. He falls. Will you tell the truth? Are the papers in this room?" "I won't tell." "Very well." And then turning to his companion at the window, "What is he doing now, Tricot?" "He does not move." The Irishman released Piquette suddenly. "A better chance for a shot then," he snapped. "Here, Tricot." And he moved toward the window, his weapon eloquent. Piquette sprang up despairingly. "Monsieur," she cried, "for the love of God, don't shoot. I will tell." "I thought so. Where are they? Quick." I—" He had her by the wrists now, one on each side, and Tricot's skinny hand threatened her throat. "Spake!" I threw them out of the window," she gasped. It was evident that at last in her terror she had spoken the truth. With an oath Quinlevin threw her aside and ran to the window while Tricot twisted her arm back of her, his other hand at her throat. "Jim!" she shrieked in a last despairing effort. "Go! Go!" And then the fingers of the apache closed and the sound was stifled as she fell back in a chair, helpless. "Shut up, damn you," growled Quinlevin. "Keep her quiet, you. Not death, you understand. We may need her." Piquette heard these things dimly. A torrent was roaring at her ears and her eyeballs seemed to be starting from her head as she fought for her breath. But the relentless fingers pressed at her windpipe. "And you, monsieur?" she heard Tricot ask. "I'm going down into the garden. If she speaks the truth, I'll find it out." Dimly she heard the door open and shut and the key turned in the lock while she fought Tricot. But strong as she was, she knew that she was no match for him. His arms were like steel springs, his fingers like iron. But still she fought, trying to make a commotion that would arouse the hotel. But Tricot had pinioned her in her chair, and even the dim light that came in at the open window grew black before her eyes. She struggled again, at the very verge of the gate of oblivion, it seemed, choking, when a pain sharper than that at her throat came at her side. "Be quiet," croaked Tricot's voice at her ear. "Orail." And she obeyed, for death was in his voice and in his hand. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. In the dark. Jim Horton looked at his watch again. He had kept the visitors in the apartment of Monsieur de Vautrin more than an hour. He hurried cautiously down the stairs toward the doors of the rooms occupied by Quinlevin's party. There was no one in sight, and so he stole along the corridor, listening. Moira and Nora Burke had entered their rooms, but Piquette would of course be in the room of Quinlevin. No sound. And so he waited for a moment in the shadow of a doorway, hoping at any moment to see Piquette emerge, reassured at the thought that the Irishman at least had probably not yet come up. But the suspense and inaction weighed upon him, and at last, moving quickly, he went down the back stair and so to the office, where he sought out the friend of Piquette, Monsieur Jacquot. But to his disappointment he found that the man had gone off duty for the night and was probably in Nice. Quinlevin, he discovered, had been seen leaving the hotel, so any immediate danger from him was not to be expected. Jim Horton was plagued with uncertainty. If Piquette had already succeeded in her mission, he couldn't understand why she hadn't returned to her room. Perhaps he had missed her on the way. She might have used the main stairway, though under the circumstances this would not have been probable. During the day he had managed to take a surreptitious survey of the rear of the hotel where the Quinlevin suite was situated, and it was only Piquette's suggestion to keep the Irishman busy while she searched his room that had dissuaded Horton from an attempt to reach Quinlevin's room from the outside. There was a small portico at the Irishman's windows which, it seemed, possibly could be reached by climbing a wooden trellis and a small projecting roof of an outbuilding, where a rain spout rose alongside a shutter which offered a good handhold, something of a venture at night, but a chance if everything else failed. He was sure now that he had missed Piquette on the way. and if she had been successful, she was by this time safe in her room, with the doors securely bolted and a push button at hand by means of which, if molested, she could summon the servants of the hotel. And Quinlevin would hardly dare to try that, because an investigation meant the police, and the police meant publicity, a thing to be dreaded at this time with the battle going against him. Nor did Horton wish to make a row, for Piquette was a burglar, nothing less, and discovery meant placing her in an awkward position which would take some explaining. Monsieur Jacquot would have been a help, but there was no hope of trying to use him to intimidate Quinlevin, even had the Frenchman been willing to take a share in so grave a responsibility. So Jim Horton waited for a while, lurking in the shadows of a small corridor near the office, watching the entrance of the hotel for the Irishman's return, and was just about to go out of the rear door into the garden for a little investigation of his own, when he heard the sounds of voices near the office and saw Monsieur de Vautrin, dressed for travel, talking to the major domo. Horton paused behind a column to watch and listen, the Duc's flushed face and gay mien proclaiming the triumph he had experienced and, while he packed his clothing, no doubt a short session with the brandy bottle. This was Monsieur de Vautrin's incognito, this his silent departure from the shades of his beloved Monte Carlo. The man was a fatuous dotard, not worth the pains that had been wasted upon him. His account paid, Monsieur de Vautrin walked toward the door, where an automobile awaited him, but as he was about to get into the machine, a tall figure emerged from the darkness and stood beside him. A passage of words between the two men, and the Duc laughed. "A great game, Monsieur the Irishman," Horton heard him say, "but you have lost. In a week I shall be again in Paris in the hands of my avocat. And then beware." Quinlevin shrugged, and de Vautrin got into the machine which dashed off into the darkness, leaving the Irishman standing uncertainly upon the step. It was not until then that Horton noticed that he had a companion, for at that moment two figures emerged into the light and Horton knew that Quinlevin's forces had been augmented by one, for Monsieur Tricot had arrived. The two men came in hurriedly, as though having reached a decision, and went up the stairs. "There'll be the devil to pay if Piquette has succeeded," muttered Horton to himself, and then in a quick afterthought, "and maybe a worse devil if she hasn't." He waited until they had gone beyond the landing and then hurried to the rear stairway and up the 2 flights to the door of Piquette's room, aghast at his discovery. She was not there, nor had she been there, for he struck a match and found its condition precisely that in which he had left it half an hour before. He waited for a few moments, then turned the corner of the corridor and went quickly toward Quinlevin's door, waiting for a moment and listening intently. He made out the murmur of voices, a man's and a woman's, but he could not hear it distinctly. But that the man's voice was the Irishman's he did not doubt, nor that the woman's was Piquette's. Cautiously he turned the knob of the door. It was locked. Quinlevin evidently expected him. There was no chance of ingress here unless Quinlevin permitted it. The Irishman had the law on his side. If Horton persisted, Quinlevin could shoot him, which was what he wished to do, with every prospect of acquittal in any trouble that might follow. Horton waited here only a moment and then ran quickly down the stairs, past some guests on their way to the casino, and out into the garden. At this hour of the night it was dark, for the dining rooms were upon the other side and the smoking and billiard rooms were deserted. Glancing toward the well-lighted promenade just beyond the hedge, he stole along the walls of the hotel beneath the windows of the first floor, using the deeper shadows until he reached a palm tree from the shelter of which he carefully scrutinized the facade of the building, identifying the windows and portico of the room of Quinlevin, then went nearer to a clump of bushes beneath the portico, where he crouched to listen for any sounds that might come from above. Silence, except for the distant murmuring of the surf among the rocks below the casino. He tried to believe that the voice he had heard through the door upstairs was not Piquette's, that it might have been Moira's or Nora Burke's. But if it was not Piquette's voice, then where was she? And why had she stayed so long, venturing Quinlevin's wrath at her intrusion? There seemed to be no doubt that she had overstayed the allotted time and that now they had come in upon her. The Irishman and the rascal Tricot. She was in for a bad half hour, perhaps something worse. But Horton reassured himself with the thought that Quinlevin desired to keep the tale of his hazard of new fortune a secret. They would not dare to do physical harm to Piquette in a hotel which had its name for respectability. They would not dare to risk her outcries, which, if damaging to herself, would be doubly damaging to Barry Quinlevin. So Horton crouched in the center of his hiding place and uncertainly waited, sure that if she was in danger, his place was now beside Piquette, who had played a game with death for him in the house in the Rue Charron. He glanced up at the trellis just beside him, planning the ascent, and as he did so he noticed a small object hanging among the twigs just above his head. It was within reach of his hand, and he took it, a letter or a slip of paper somewhat rumpled. He fingered and then looked at it, but it was too dark to see. Near him upon the turf was another square of paper, and a letter further off, another, and another hanging in the opposite side of the bush. In his hands idly he fingered the letter. The paper was fine, and it bore an embossed heading or crest. He was about to throw it aside when he looked up the wall of the building at the portico outside Barry Quinlevin's windows, realizing with a sudden sense of his discovery that these papers had fallen from the windows of the second floor or those of the third, Quinlevin's. Of course they were unimportant, and yet— He started to his feet and looked around. Elsewhere, so far as he could see, the garden was scrupulously neat, the pride of a gardener who was well paid to keep up the traditions of this fairyland. Horton bent over searching and found another paper, even more rumpled than the others. He glanced up at the windows on the third floor. There was no sign of occupancy, for though one of the windows was open, both were still dark. But he waited a moment listening and fancied that he heard the low murmur of voices, then a dull glow as though someone had made a light for a cigarette. But the papers in his fingers! He realized with a growing excitement that they were quite dry to the touch and had not therefore been long exposed to the damp sea air. Had Piquette? Not daring to strike a light, he turned and crept quickly back to the light of the hallway. And here, behind the door, he read the papers quickly. Their meaning flashed through his consciousness with a shock. A letter from Monsieur de Vautrin, a receipt for money, and the crumpled paper a square printed document bearing the now familiar name of Patricia Madeleine Aulnoy de Vautrin, the birth certificate upon which all Barry Quinlevin's fortunes hung, and Moira's. He could not take time to investigate the characters of the handwriting, for the light was dim, and the real significance of his discovery was not to be denied. No one but Piquette would have thrown such papers out of the window into the garden, nor would she have done so desperate a thing unless she had found herself at bay, with no other means of disposing of them. He reasoned this out for himself while he thrust the documents safely into an inner pocket and crept quickly back to his place beneath the windows, searching as he went upon the ground for any other papers that might have escaped him. There was no time to spare. Piquette was up there. He was sure of it now. Otherwise, why hadn't she escaped and run down to recover the documents before Quinlevin's return with Tricot? But why had she thrown them from the window unless their presence threatened? These and other speculations were to remain unanswered, for if Piquette were in that room alone with the two men, her danger was great. There was a slight sound from above. He peered upward. In silhouette against the sky was the figure of a man. He couldn't tell whether Tricot or the Irishman. It was to be a desperate game then. They had just guessed what Piquette had done with the birth certificate, and there seemed not the slightest hope that the man on the portico could have failed to see his figure below the thin screen of winter foliage. Desperate, yes, but worth it for Piquette. He owed it to her. And as in moments of great danger, he found himself suddenly cold with purpose and thinking with extraordinary lucidity. Quinlevin would not dare to shoot him out of hand without a cause. But to catch a man climbing the wall of his hotel into the window of his room, that would be a sufficient reason for an obvious act of self-defense. And yet, had Quinlevin considered the possibility of Horton's attempting so dangerous a climb? If not, the element of surprise might be in Jim Horton's favor. But there was to be no choice for Horton, for as he stood measuring the height of the trellis from the window above, he heard a stifled voice crying his name. "Jim!" it called. "Go! Go!" He ran to the trellis and climbed it easily, putting his revolver in an outer pocket as he reached the friendly roof of the little outbuilding. Crouching behind a projection of the wing and gazing upward for a further sight of Monsieur Tricot, he thought he heard sounds now, the creaking of furniture and the growl of a masculine voice. Other sounds, more terrible, more significant. They were choking her. D them! Cowards! Scorning further secrecy, he measured with his eye the distance he would have to spring for a handhold on the window sill of the window above him, the water pipe, his main hope upon investigation, proving unreliable. The window sill, which was his objective, was at least 2 feet above his outstretched arms and to the left, beyond the edge of the projection on which he stood. It was not above him, and he would have to leap sideways from the roof, risking a drop of at least 20 feet to the menacing stone flagging of a path which led to the kitchen entrance. But he leaped upward and out into the dark, his fingers clutching, swinging for a second above vacancy, and then hauled himself up until he got a handhold on the hinge of the open shutter. Then a knee on the sill, pushing the French window which yielded to his touch. He hoped the room was unoccupied, but had no time to consider that possibility. Straightening and climbing the shutter. Quinlevin's portico was within his reach now. He waited cautiously for a second, listening and peering upward. No sign of anyone outside, but the sounds within. He heard them again now, fainter, horribly suppressed. He caught the edge of the portico and swung himself up close to the wall of the building, and in a moment had gained a safe foothold within the railing. There was no light within the room, and now no sound. Had they? In the brief moment he paused, gasping for his breath. he was aware of a figure below, moving cautiously along the outskirts of the garden. He crouched below the balustrade instinctively. It was just at this moment that the cautious head and shoulders of a man emerged from the French window to peer over. It was Tricot. Like a cat, Horton sprang for him, and the impact of the shock sent them both sprawling, half in, half out of the room. Neither made a sound, each aware of the hazard of his situation. Horton struck and struck again, felt the sharp scratch of Monsieur Tricot's knife upon his shoulder, and caught the wrist of the hand that held it, twisting until the weapon dropped, clattering, just within the door of the room. But the Frenchman was strong and struggled upward, kicking, biting, until Horton, with his right arm free, struck him under the jaw. That took some of the fight out of him, but he still fought gamely, while Horton, whose blood was hot now, wondered why Quinlevin hadn't joined in the entertainment. Tricot in desperation tried to reach for another weapon with the arm Horton hadn't pinioned, and it was about time to end the matter. A memory of the night in the Rue Charron was behind Horton's blow, which struck Monsieur Tricot neatly behind the ear and sent him sprawling out onto the portico, where his head came into contact with the cement balustrade, and he fell and lay silent. Horton took no chances, kicking the knife, a cruel two-edged affair, into the fireplace and appropriating Monsieur Tricot's revolver, which he put into the other pocket of his coat, then turned to look for Quinlevin. He didn't find him, but Piquette was there, prone in the armchair and gasping horribly for her breath. "Piquette, it's Jim," he whispered. Her swollen tongue refused her, but her fingers clutched his hand. "They choked you, Piquette." "Tricot," she managed to utter painfully. "I've attended to him. Where's Quinlevin?" She pointed, soundless, toward the door. "He went down to look for me?" he questioned. She nodded. "Good," laughed Jim. "We'll be ready when he comes back." He went out and had another look at Tricot. The man was out of it, and there was a dark shadow on the stone work where he had fallen. So Horton came back into the room, found a pitcher of water with which he bathed Piquette's forehead and throat, and then gave her to drink. And in a moment she was able to enunciate more clearly. But she was very weak, and it seemed that her nerve was gone, for her shoulders shook with hysteria, and she clung to Horton, still in terror of her frightful experience. But Horton was taking no chances now, and did the thinking and talking for them both. "You're sure Quinlevin went down to look for me?" he asked again. "Yes, mon ami. Tricot, he saw you below in the garden." "He knows you threw out the papers?" "Yes, into the garden." "Not now," said Horton. "In my pocket." "You found him?" "Yes." "Dieu merci. It's what I hope." "But we mustn't lose them again now, Piquette, after all this. Is the door locked?" I don't know. Horton strode to the door and turned the key. "Now let him come," he whispered grimly. And then, "Where's Moira?" he asked.
"Lock in her room yonder."
"You saw her?"
"Yes, mon Jim."
"But she must have heard all this commotion."
"I don't know."
He paused a moment, glanced at the door into the corridor, and then crossed quickly to the door Piquette indicated, knocking softly. There was no reply. "Moira," he said through the keyhole. "It's I, Jim." He seemed to hear sounds within, a gasp, a movement of feet, and then silence. "Moira, it's Jim." There was no sound, so he unbolted the door and turned the knob. It was locked on the inside. A gasp from Piquette, who had been listening for sounds at the other door, now warned him to be quiet, and he straightened. There were footsteps outside and then a knock. "Tricot," said the Irishman's voice. "Let me in." "Quickly," whispered Horton into Piquette's ear. "In the chair and gasp like hell." She understood and obeyed him. Horton went to the door, turned the key, and Barry Quinlevin strode in. "He's gone, Tricot. The papers too." So was Quinlevin. The door closed behind him and a wiry arm went around his throat from behind, a knee in the middle of his back, and he crumpled backward in Horton's strong arms, down to the floor, where in spite of his struggles Horton held him powerless, quickly disarming him, his weight on the astonished Irishman's chest, his fingers at the man's throat, gently pressing with a threat of greater power at the slightest sound. The achievement was ridiculously easy, as all important things are, given some intelligence and a will to do. Mr. Quinlevin at this point had come to realize that the purely psychological stage of his venture had passed into the realm of the physical, in which he was no match for this young Hercules who had so easily mastered him. And Tricot? Outside upon the balcony was a shadow that had not been there before. The game was up. And so he resorted to diplomacy, which was indeed the only thing left to him. "Well, Horton," he uttered, "you've won." "Not yet, Quinlevin," said Horton grimly, and then to Piquette, who had stopped gasping and already showed a lively interest in the proceedings, "The sheets from the bed, Piquette, if you please." She obeyed and helped him, while they swathed their prisoner from head to foot, binding and gagging him with his own cravats and other articles of apparel which they found adaptable to the purpose, and then between them lifted him to the bed where he lay, a helpless clod of outraged dignity. Then they turned their attention to Monsieur Tricot, who, as they dragged him by the heels into the room, already showed signs of returning consciousness, binding him first, reviving him afterward. Of the two, Tricot was now the least quiescent, but he understood the touch of Horton's revolver at his temple and in a moment lay, like Quinlevin, writhing in his bonds, but quite as helpless. "And now, Quinlevin," said Horton coolly, "it must be fairly obvious to you that the fraud you've practiced at the expense of Madame Horton is now at an end. The documents upon which you rely are in my pocket, where they will remain until they are turned over to Monsieur de Vautrin. In the morning you and your brave companion will doubtless be released by the servants of the hotel, by which time I hope to be in another part of France." He stopped with a shrug at the sound of Piquette's voice.
"We must not stay too long, Jim Horton. Someone may come."
"Madame Horton?" he muttered, and went over to the door of Moira's room and listened. There was no sound. "Moira," he said again distinctly through the keyhole, "will you unbolt the door?" A small sound of footsteps moving, but they did not come toward the door. "Moira," he repeated more loudly, "you must let me in. We are going away from here at once." No reply.
"It is as I suppose, Jim Horton," whispered Piquette at his ear. "She does not wish to come."
"What do you mean?" he asked.
"I saw her, Jim," she whispered. "I talk with her. It is hopeless. I do not think she will come. She is afraid."
"Afraid? Of me?" he muttered incredulously.
"Not of you, mon vieux," returned Piquette. "Of herself."
"I don't understand." Piquette shrugged.
"Try again then, Jim Horton."
He did, to no avail. There was now no sound from within in reply to his most earnest entreaties. "Something must have happened to her," he mumbled, straightening with a glance toward the bed. "If I thought——"
"But no,"
Piquette broke in quickly.
"Nothing has happened to her, mon Jim. She is quite safe."
"I'm not so sure about that." And putting his weight against the door, he tried to force it in. It yielded a trifle, but the slender bolt held. He waited a moment, listening again, silencing Piquette's whispered protestations at the commotion he was creating, but heard nothing. Then, moving away a few paces, he pushed the door with his full weight, and it flew open with a crash, almost throwing him to the floor. The room was empty, but the unlocked door leading into Nora Burke's room showed which way she had gone. He went in and looked around, then out into the corridor by Nora's door. There were some people at the other end of the corridor, but Moira and her Irish nurse had disappeared. Uncertainly, he came back through the rooms to Piquette, who stood in Moira's room, watching the prisoners through the doorway.
"It is what I have said, mon Jim. Madame does not wish to go with you."
"But why? After all——"
"Have I not told you? She is afraid of herself. She knows as I know she is a woman who loves, but not as I love, mon Jim. It is her God that stand between you, her God stronger than you and what you are to her. She is afraid. She knows if she touch your hand, she will go with you, whatever happens."
"What makes you think that?" muttered Horton, bewildered.
"She told me so."
"You?"
"I saw her, talk with her. That is why I wait too long until Monsieur Quinlevin came."
Horton paused, thinking deeply. "I must find her, Piquette. She's got to go with us," he murmured, starting toward the door away from her. But Piquette caught him by the hand.
"No, Jim, you mustn't. Do you think you can find her? Where? And if you do, your friend, Monsieur Quinlevin, will be discovered and they will put you in the jail."
"Let them. I've got to take her away. She's helpless, Piquette, with him. Penniless if she deserts him."
"Not so helpless as you think, but she does not want to see you. Is not that enough?"
"No," he said, trying to shake loose her clutch on his arm. "I'll find her."
"Jim,"
Piquette pleaded desperately.
"you will spoil all the good you do. What does it matter if you find her or not? If you lose the paper to Quinlevin again, you must go away now before it is too late and make Quinlevin powerless to hurt her again. Then, mon Jim, when her future is safe, you shall find her. What does it matter now? In time she will come to you. I know you shall find her. And I, Piquette, will help you." She felt his arm relax and knew that she had won. He stared for a long moment toward the open door into Nora's room, then turned with a quick gasp of decision. "You're right, Piquette. We've got to get away, to draw his claws for good." "Parfaitement. You need not worry. He will not hurt her now."
And so they returned to the Irishman's room and looked carefully to the bonds of the prisoners. Nothing was disarranged. They had done their work well and continued it by methodically making all arrangements for departure, shutting the French window, putting an extra turn on the bindings of the prostrate men, who glared at them sullenly in the obscurity. Then they went out, locking all three rooms from the outside and leaving the keys in the doors. Unobserved, they went up to their rooms, packed their belongings, descended to the office where Jim coolly paid their bills, and went out into the night. There was a garage nearby where they hired a car, paying for it in advance, and in less than 20 minutes, Jim Horton driving, were on their way to Vintimille, on the border line between France and Italy. There they left the machine in the care of a hotel and wrote a postcard to the owner of the garage at Monte Carlo, telling him where he would find his machine. This message, they knew, would not reach him until sometime the next day, by which time they would be lost in Italy. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Freedom. Meanwhile, Destiny was at her loom, weaving with careless hand. The American and French armies were moving closer to the Rhine, but the infantry regiment to which Harry Horton belonged lay at Château d'Ix, awaiting orders. There Harry went upon the morning following the return of Barry Quinlevin from Ireland. Upon his breast he wore the Croix de Guerre, but in his soul was a deathly sickness, the inward reflection of the physical discomfort with which he had awakened. The prospect that lay before him was not to his liking. The period during which he had been out of uniform, the weeks of secrecy, of self-indulgence and abasement, had marked him for their own and unfitted him for the rigorous routine of discipline that awaited him. And so he faced the ordeal with a positive distaste for his old associations, aware of a sinking feeling in his breast that was not entirely the result of his heavy potations while in Paris. He felt the burden of his failure and a terror that he would not be able to live up to the record Jim Horton had made for him. There would be no more fighting, perhaps, but always beside him there would stalk the specter of his military sin, of which the medal at his breast was to be the perpetual reminder. On the train down from Paris, the medal and its colorful bit of green and red seemed to fill the whole range of his vision. D the thing! He tore it off and put it in his pocket, and then, somewhat relieved, sank back into his seat and tried to doze, but his nerves were most uncertain. Every sound, even the smallest, seemed to beat with an unpleasant staccato upon his eardrums, and he started up and gazed out of the window, trying to soothe himself with tobacco. That helped, but he knew that what he wanted was stronger drugging, whiskey or brandy, needed it, indeed, to exorcise the demons that inhabited him. And the thought of the difficulties that would lie in the way of getting what he craved today, tomorrow, and the long days and nights that were to follow still further unmanned him. Before Moira had left for Nice, he had given her his promise to report for duty fit and sober, and he had put his will to the task, aware that the first impression he created with his colonel was to be important. It was for this reason that he did not dare to open his valise and touch the bottles hidden there, because he knew that one drink would not be enough to soothe either his nerves or the dull pangs of his weary conscience. That he had a conscience he had discovered in the house in the Rue Charron, when the desire of Monsieur Tricot and Le Singe to put Jim Horton out of the way for good had brought him face to face with the evil image of himself. He hated his brother Jim as much as ever, because he was all the things that Harry was not. But the plans of Quinlevin, which seemed to stop at nothing, not even Moira herself, now filled him with dread and repugnance. His nerve was gone. That was it. His nerve. But arrival at regimental headquarters restored him for a while. His colonel gave him a soldierly welcome, fingered with some envy the Croix de Guerre, which Harry had pinned on his breast again before leaving the railroad, and summoned Harry's major, whose greeting left nothing to be desired. And for the moment it almost seemed to Harry as though he might be able to put it over. but the next day was difficult. He managed a drink early, and that kept him going for a while. But they gave him his company in the morning, and from that moment the intimate contact with those who had known him began. A lieutenant he had never liked, a sergeant who was a psychologist, and a familiar face here and there associated unpleasantly with the long, weary days of training and preparation until the regiment had been worked up into the advanced position. But his long sickness in the hospital and his unfamiliarity with recent orders served him well for excuse, and the Croix de Guerre upon his breast served him better. A corporal and a sergeant with whom in the old days he had had nothing in common, each of whom wore decorations, came up to him, saluting, and reported that it was they who had carried him back to the dressing station from the rocks at Boissière Wood. He shook them by the hands with a cordiality which did not disguise from himself the new terror, and when they attempted a recital of the events of the great fight in which they had shared, he blundered helplessly for a while and then cut the interview short, pleading urgent affairs. Then, too, there was the nasty business of the wounds. He hadn't any. He was scatheless. He had tried the ruse of the adhesive tape on Moira with disastrous effect. Here the result of the discovery of his unblemished skin would prove still more disastrous. And so at once he discouraged familiarity, kept to his billet, and attempted with all the courage left to him to put through his daily round with all credit to his new office. But it irked him horribly. His supply of strong drink did not last long, and the thin red wines, the only substitute procurable, were merely a source of irritation. And there were others in his company of whose approbation he was not at all certain. There was the sergeant who had had the platoon that had been caught with his own in the wheat field. There were 4 or 5 men of one of his own squads who had been close beside him in the same wheat field when he had been taken ill, and they had left him face to face with the grinning head of the hated Levinsky. And there was the late Levinsky's own buddy, Weil, who had sometimes shared in Harry's reprobation. Weil annoyed him most, perhaps, with his staring, fishy eye and his Hebraic nose, so similar to that of his lamented tent mate. Weil had been in the wheat field, and his heavy face seemed to conceal a malevolent omniscience. The large, staring eyes followed the new captain of infantry, inquisitive, accusing, and contemptuous. Whenever Corporal Weil came within the range of Harry's vision, their glances seemed at once to meet and hold each other, and it was the captain who always looked away. Weil's fishy eye fascinated and haunted him. He saw it by day, dreamed of it by night, and he cursed the man in his heart with a fury that did nothing for his composure. One day, as Harry was making his way to mess, he came upon Corporal Weil standing at ease just outside his billet. The man's eyes seemed more round, more fishy, and his demeanor more contemptuous than ever. The last of the whiskey was gone. Harry Horton's heart was behaving queerly within him, and muscles with which he was unfamiliar announced their existence in strange twitchings. The breakfast coffee would help. In the meanwhile, he glared at Corporal Weil, his fists clenched. "What the H do you mean by staring at me all the time?" he asked. Weil came to attention and saluted in excellent form. "I beg pardon, sir. I don't understand," he said. "Why the H do you stare at me?" "I didn't know that I did stare, sir." "Yes, you did. Cut it out. It annoys me." But Corporal Weyl still stared as the regulations demand, looking his captain squarely in the eye, and the captain's gaze wavered and fell. "When I'm about," he ordered, "you look some other way. Understand?" "Yes, sir. I understand," said Weyl, saluting again as Harry turned away, but still staring at him. And Harry felt the fishy stare, more than ever omniscient, more than ever contemptuous, in the middle of his back, all the way down the road to mess. But he had just enough of self-control to refrain from looking around at the object of his fury. And at mess a disagreeable surprise awaited him in the person of a medico who had just joined the outfit. The new captain had barely finished his coffee when he found himself addressed by the officer, a major, who sat just opposite him at table. "How are you, Captain Horton?" asked the man cordially, extending a hand across. "Didn't recognize you at first. How's the head?" Harry stammered something. "I'm Welby. Looked after you down at Neuilly, you know." "Oh, yes," said Harry. "Of course. Glad to see you again, Major." "Things were a bit hazy down there, eh?" "Yes, rather," said Harry. "Delicate operation, that. Touch and go for a while. But you came through all okay. Delusions. Thought you were another man or something." "Oh, yes," said Harry faintly. "But I'm all right." "Glad to hear it. How's the head?" "Fine." "No more pains? No delusions?" "No, sir." "I'd like to have a squint at the wound presently, if you don't mind. Interesting case. Very." Harry rose suddenly, his face the color of ashes. "Sorry, sir," he muttered. "I've got a lot to do now. Later, perhaps." And then without a word took up his cap and fled incontinently from the room. There were but two other officers present, but they stared at him as he went out, for the conversation across the table had drawn attention. Remarked the Major into his coffee cup. "Surly chap, that, considering I saved his life. Croix de guerre, I see." "Yes, sir," said a lieutenant. "Just joined up. Worried, maybe." "Not much worried about me, apparently," said the Major. Harry went straight out to his billet, locked the door of his room, and sank on the edge of his bed. The situation was horrible. This man of all men who had seen Jim Horton through the hospital. Suppose out of professional curiosity the fool came nosing around. Was Welby now with the regiment? Harry cursed himself for the hurry of his departure. Would the man suspect anything? Hardly. But Harry couldn't take a chance like that again. A second refusal of the Major's request would surely make him an object of suspicion. And the wound in the shoulder? There was none. D them all! Why couldn't they leave him alone? He couldn't face the thing out. It was too dangerous. Already he had had enough of it. And yet, what was he to do? Yesterday he had thought he read suspicion of him in other men's eyes. They seemed to strip him naked, those hundreds of eyes, to be gazing at the white, uninjured flesh where his wounds should have been. All this in a week only, and what was to happen in the many weeks to follow? If this fool Welby had come, why wouldn't there be other men of the regiment, of the battalion, who had been at the hospital at Neuilly also? They would catch him in a false statement, force him into a position from which he could not extricate himself, and then what? The Major, the Colonel, what answer could he give them if they asked to see his wounds? To Harry's overwrought imagination the whole army seemed joined in a conspiracy to bring about his ruin. To go about his work seemed impossible, but to feign illness meant the visit of a doctor, perhaps Welby himself. He would have to go on, at least, for the day, and then perhaps he would think of something. Resignation. a transfer to some other unit. He managed to put through the day, still wondering why men looked at him so strangely. Was there anything the matter with his appearance? In the afternoon, the youngest of his lieutenants approached him kindly. "Hadn't you better take a run down to the hospital, sir?" he asked. "You look all in." Harry stared at him stupidly for a moment. "Oh, I'm all right. Just a little stomach upset." The youngster saluted and disappeared, and Harry went back to his quarters. There was no wonder that he looked all in. He hadn't dared to go to the mess table since morning, and he hadn't had a drink since yesterday. Tobacco had ceased to have the desired effect upon his nerves. He felt like jumping out of his skin. The thing couldn't go on. He was all in. A short leave of absence which might give him time to pull himself together meant being gone over by a doctor. It meant showing his scarless shoulder. Impossible. There was only one thing to do. To quit while there was time, before the truth came out. The more he thought of his situation, the more clearly this course seemed indicated: to disappear silently in the night. It could be managed, and when he didn't come back, perhaps they would think that the wound in his head was troubling him again, and that he was not responsible for what he did, or that he had met with foul play. They could think anything they chose so long as they didn't guess the truth. And they could never learn the truth unless they examined his body for the wounds. But they would never find him to do that if he ever got safely back of the lines. He had managed it before. He could do it again now, because he wouldn't have to trust to blind luck as he had done back of Boissière Wood. The more he thought of his plan, the more he became obsessed with it. At any rate, it was an obsession which would banish the other obsession of the watching eyes. It was the dark he craved, the security and blessed immunity of darkness and solitude. He wouldn't wait for the ordeal of the morrow, tonight. And so, driven by all the enemies of his tortured mind, and planning with all the craft of a guilty conscience, he arranged all things to suit his purpose, passing beyond the village with the avowed purpose of visiting a friend in another unit and then losing himself in the thicket. He traveled afoot all night, using his map and making for the railroad at Saint-Couvreur, and in the early morning breakfasted at a farmhouse, telling a story of having lost his way and craving a bed for a few hours' sleep. He was well provided with money, and his host was hospitable. He slept a while, awoke, and no one being about, searched the house for what he sought. He found it in a wardrobe upstairs, a suit of clothing which would serve, and leaving some money on a table, made off without ceremony into the thicket, covering a mile or so in a hurry across country, when he found a disused building in which he tore off his uniform and donned the borrowed clothing, leaving his own, including its croix de guerre, under a truss of straw. It grew dark again, but he did not care. In a village he managed by paying well to find a bottle of cognac. His cares slipped from him. Nothing mattered, not even the rain. His soul was set free. He paid for a good lodging and slept warm inside and out, purchased the next day a better suit of clothing, and then boldly boarded a train for Paris. It was extraordinary how easily his liberty had been accomplished. They would look for him, of course. The MP would bustle about, but he had given them the slip all right, and they would never find him in Paris. Paris for a while, and then a new land where no questions would be asked. Curiously enough, the only human being he seemed to think about, to regret, in what he had done, was Moira. His thoughts continually reverted to the expression on her face the night that Jim had surprised them in the studio. Its agony, its apprehension, so nearly depicted the very terrors that had been in his own soul. He remembered hazily, too, that she had been kind to him when Quinlevin had left him there to watch her, and he had finished the bottle of Irish whiskey. Then, too, again in the morning she had awakened him and started him upon his way back to his post, while the expression of her face had shown that she was trying to do her duty to him, even when her own heart was breaking. She had had the thought that even at this last moment he still had an opportunity to make good. He felt that Moira, his wife in name only, would know the pain of his failure. Quinlevin would sneer, Jim would shrug, but Moira would weep and pray in vain. He had cared for Moira in his strange, selfish way, permitted Quinlevin to use him for his own purposes, hoping for the fortune that would bring ease and luxury for them all, and with it a glamour that he might turn to his own account and win the girl to a fulfillment of their marriage vows. But Jim had dashed the cup from his lips. Jim, his hero brother, now like himself, an outcast. So there were to be two of them then, after all. It served him right, d him. Harry Horton found a malicious pleasure in the situation. If he wasn't to have her, Jim shouldn't either. He wasn't going to give his brother the pleasure of reading his death notice in the morning paper. He, Harry Horton, would just go on living whatever happened, and he knew that without the evidence of his death, Moira would never marry again. He had gathered in a cloudy way the general meaning of the visit to the Duc de Vautrin at Nice, and had wondered at Moira's consent to go with Quinlevin on such a mission after what she must have heard that night. But he had been in no humor to ask questions the next morning, and knew nothing whatever as to the prospects of success for the undertaking. It looked very much as though, with Jim Horton in on the game, the mission was dubious. And yet Quinlevin might succeed. If he did, there would be enough money to stake Harry in a new life in some distant part of the world. This was the price that they would pay for immunity, and Harry would go. He knew now that Moira was not for him. She had settled that matter definitely the night when he had come in drunk from the Rue Charon. He reached Paris and lost himself in Montmartre, avoiding the old haunts. There he found new acquaintances and many bottles to soothe the awakening pangs. Many bottles, moments of lucidity. How long would it be before Moira and Quinlevin returned to the Rue de Tavennes? He would have to sober up. Things weren't bad at all now. What difference did it make to any one but himself what he did or what he became? It was his own life to do what he pleased with, and it pleased him to do what he was doing with it. He laughed at the amusing inversion. Good joke, that. But he would have to go down to the studio in the Rue de Tavennes and talk things over. No use quarreling with Quinlevin. Everything amiable and friendly. Number 7, Rue de Tavennes. If Moira wasn't there, he'd go in and wait. Her studio. His, too. Perhaps a little of the Irish whiskey and a doze. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Petit Bleu. The road to Paris was long by the way Jim Horton and Piquette had chosen. but without mishap they came through Geneva and Lyons, reaching their destination at the end of the second day. Of the further adventures of Monsieur Barry Quinlevin and his apostle Tricot they had learned nothing, though they had scanned all the newspapers upon their way for any echoes of the adventure at the Hôtel de Paris. Jim Horton had spoken little of Moira, but as they neared their journey's end, the birth certificate and other papers still secure in Jim's inner pocket, he was sure that however difficult and painful his decision to desert Moira at the critical moment, Piquette's counsel had been wise. Moira had fled from him, and he knew now that her convictions had laid a barrier between them which no further effort that he could make would ever pass. Pity he felt for her, deep and abiding, for she was so helpless and now more than ever alone. But he had done his duty as he had seen it, drawn Quinlevin's sting and opened Moira's eyes to his perfidy, throwing a light along the path into which that perfidy was leading her. He and Piquette had tried to picture events in the hotel at Monte Carlo after their flight, the helpless men lying in the dark, awaiting the morning, Moira's probable return with Nora Burke and their liberation. As to what Moira would do after that, they could not decide. Her flight to Paris without money seemed impossible, and yet for her to remain with her spurious father after this awakening seemed also impossible. Piquette had related to him parts of her conversation with the girl, and Horton had listened, aware of Piquette's motives and the hopeless impediments to the success of her efforts. Piquette spoke no more of love, nor did Jim Horton revive the topic which had given him a more awkward half an hour than he had ever spent in his life, but he showed her by every act a consideration that touched her deeply and made the friendship that she asked of him a sacred thing to them both. What the future held for him was yet to be fully revealed, but as yet he could not see it clearly. With the collapse of Quinlevin's scheme, it was probable that all the vials of his wrath would be turned upon Horton, who would be denounced to the military authorities, no matter what happened to his unfortunate brother Harry. It was necessary, therefore, until the birth certificate and the evidence of Horton and Piquette was all placed with Monsieur de Vautrin's legal representative, that Horton remain hidden and that Piquette avoid all contact with her friends of the quartier. It seemed also the part of prudence for Piquette to remain for a while away from her apartment, keeping in touch with her maid who would bring her clothing and letters to a designated place. "It would have been much more sensible to have killed Tricot," laughed Horton, when they were established in rooms in his obscure lodging in the Rue Jean Paul. "He'll come poking about with a brand new knife and revolver, and then we'll have the devil to pay all over again."
"I'm not sure,"
said Piquette. "We'll take no chances. And when this business is finished, if Monsieur de Vautrin doesn't do his duty by you, I'd like to take you away from Paris, Piquette."
"Where, mon Jim?"
He shrugged. "To America. Where else?" But she shook her head like a solemn child.
"No, mon petit. You will not wish to be taking me to America. One cannot change one's destiny like that. You shall not hang me like a millstone around your neck. My place is here in Paris, where I am born, and if the bon Dieu will, where I shall die. As for you, mon ami, all will be well. The vrai gamine is born with the what you call second sight. It is I, Piquette, who say this to you." He glanced at her curiously, aware of an air of fatalism in her words and manner. "How, Piquette?" He laughed. She shrugged. "I don't know, but I believe you shall be happy yet." "With her, you mean?" he asked. "Not a chance, Piquette. That's done."
But if I can help her—"
"Yes, you shall help her, mon ami, I know."
He smiled gently and then thoughtfully lighted a pipe. "You've got Cassandra beaten by a mile, my little Piquette."
"Cassandra?"
"The greatest little guesser in all history, but she guessed right."
"And I guess right too, mon ami. You see."
He smiled. "Then I wish you'd guess what's happened to your silly friend de Vautrin."
"Silly."
She laughed.
"That's a good word, mon ami."
And then shrugged.
"He will come one day."
"In a week. And here we sit cooling our heels with our evidence all O.K., burning our fingers. If he doesn't arrive tomorrow, I'm going to find his avocat." They had examined the birth certificate with a magnifying glass, and there was not a doubt that the final A of Patricia had been added to Patrice, also that the word male had been changed to female by the addition of the prefix. With Nora Burke as Quinlevin's only witness and Horton and Piquette to oppose her, there would not be the slightest difficulty in disposing of Barry Quinlevin's pretensions. But Horton still worried much about the fate of Moira, for it was difficult for him to conceive of her resumption of the old relations with the Irishman. And yet it could not be long before Quinlevin returned to Paris. And what would be Moira's fate unless she accompanied him to the Rue de Tavennes? Perhaps she was there now. Already 4 days had elapsed since the flight from the Riviera, and of course there had been ample time for Quinlevin and his illy assorted company to return. Horton wanted to go to the Rue de Tavennes and try to learn what had happened, but Piquette advised against it. Until the responsibility for the papers was shifted to de Vautrin, she did not think it wise for him to take any risk of danger. Jim Horton demurred, but when he saw how much in earnest she was, he consented to remain in hiding a few days longer. And late the following afternoon, Monsieur de Vautrin not yet having returned, and while they still waited, an astonishing thing happened. For Piquette's maid, under cover of nightfall, as was the arrangement, brought the letters from the Boulevard Clichy, and among them was a Petit Bleu addressed to Jim Horton. He picked it up gingerly in his fingers as though it had been dynamite, and curiously scrutinized the envelope. It augured badly for his security in Paris if many people knew so readily where he was to be found. De Vautrin, perhaps? Or— He tore the envelope open quickly, Piquette looking over his shoulder. It was in French, of course, and he read, "Shall be alone, Rue de Tavennes, tonight, 8. Forgive and don't fail. Moira." He read the lines over and over, Piquette helping him to translate, and stood a moment as though transfixed by its significance. Forgive. That was the word that stood out in black letters. What had come over her? Did this mean that, driven to desperation by the situation in which she had found herself, she had been forced against her will to plead with him for sanctuary? Or was it help that she needed? Whatever the real meaning of the message, there was no doubt in Jim Horton's mind as to where his duty lay. But Piquette was already questioning Celeste rapidly.
"When did this Petit Bleu arrive?" "Not an hour ago, Madame." "You are sure?" "Yes, Madame. Positive. I myself received it from the messenger." "Very well, Celeste. You will return to the apartment, and if any other message arrives, be sure to bring it at once." "Yes, Madame. And be sure to take the roundabout way, and be sure that you are not followed." "Yes, Madame."
When the woman departed, Piquette took the blue slip from Jim Horton's fingers and sat by the gaslight, rereading it slowly and thoughtfully. "I must go, of course, Piquette," said Jim quietly.
"Yes, mon ami, you must go. And yet there are some things I don't understand."
"What, Piquette?"
"It is strange, this sudden change of mind of Madame Horton."
She replied. "She wants me." needs me," said Jim, unaware of the pain he caused. Piquette shrugged. "I could have told you dat at Monte Carlo," she said dryly. "But to ask you to come to her, it's different dat." "And yet she has done it." "The character of Madame has changed a great deal in a few days, mon Jim." "Something must have happened. Her position. Think of it, Piquette." "I do. It is most unpleasant. But I think you would be the very last person she would send for." "Who then, Piquette? She rose and handed him his message. "You must go," she said with a shrug. "And there is not much time. But with your permission, mon Jim," she asked firmly, "I will go with you." "You, Piquette?" he stammered dubiously. But she smiled at him. "Ah, mon vieux, I shall not intrude. You know that, n'est-ce pas? But Madame Horton and I, we understand each other. Perhaps I can help her too. And where could she go unless to the Boulevard Clichy?" Jim Horton stood speechless for a moment and then slowly, "I hadn't thought of that," he muttered. They dined, and then Piquette went to her room to put on her hat, while Jim Horton sat watching the clock which ticked off the minutes before their departure. Of course Moira's appeal for forgiveness was only the weary cry of a heart sick with disappointment, a cry for sanctuary from the dreaded evils that encompassed her. But he would not permit himself to believe that it meant any new happiness for him, except the mere joy that he would find in doing her a service. What he hoped was that at last she had decided to permit him to take her away from Quinlevin. With that he would be content, must be content, for the thing that separated them was stronger than her will or his. "There's no divorce but death," her words came to him again, the weary tones with which she had uttered them, and he realized again that there was no hope for her or for him. Even if his will were stronger than hers, he must not use it to coerce her. When Piquette joined him, they went forth by a circuitous way toward the Rue de Tavennes. To be certain that they were not recognized, they avoided the populous streets and chose narrow byways, shadowed and unfamiliar, their coat collars turned up, their hats pulled well down over their eyes, while Horton strode beside her, saying nothing. To see Moira, to speak to her, to take her away from the rogue who had for so long held her in his thrall. As they turned into the Rue de Tavennes, Horton glanced at his watch. It was some moments before the appointed hour. Under a gas lamp he glanced at Piquette. He thought that she seemed pale, that her dark eyes burned with a deeper intensity, that she was compact of suppressed emotions, as though she were driven forward upon her feet by a power beyond her control. And something of her tenseness seemed curiously communicated to him. Was it that Piquette knew that the spell that bound her to him was to be broken tonight? That the strange and wonderful friendship that she had found was to be dissipated by a new element? Why had she chosen to come with him, insisted on it even? And the rapt, eager, absorbed look he had seen upon her face made him almost ready to believe that she had in her something of the seer and prophetess at which he had been pleased to jest. He knew that she was game physically, spiritually, and that she could walk into the face of danger and suffering to do him a service. It almost seemed as though she had chosen to come with him tonight because it was her final act of self-abnegation, to bring Jim and Moira together, to help the woman he loved to security, if not to happiness. As they neared the familiar gate of Madame Toupin, Horton was conscious of a sense of grave responsibility. It was the same feeling that had come to him there in the trench before the advance upon Boissière Wood, the imminence of great events, the splendid possibilities of success, the dire consequences of failure, a hazard of some kind with happiness or misery for many as the stake. At the corner Piquette suddenly caught him by the elbow and held him.
"Wait, mon ami," she whispered. "Wait."
He looked down at her in surprise at the sudden pause in her eager footsteps. "Why, Piquette?" he asked.
I don't know, mon Jim," she muttered breathlessly, one hand to her heart. "I don't know. Something tell me to wait."
"Do you want to go back?" he asked.
No, no.
"What then?"
I can't tell you. Just a feeling that you should not go. I am not sure."
"But I don't understand."
"Nor I, mon Jim."
She laughed.
"Have I not told you? De vrai gamine have second sight. Forgive me. You think I am foolish, but it is here in my heart."
"You do not want me to go to her, Piquette?" he asked.
"Yes, to her, mon Jim. C'est bien. Is it not for that which I come?"
She hesitated for another long moment, Jim watching her, and then raised her head like some wild creature sniffing at the breeze.
"Allons," she said. "We shall go now."
He smiled at her mood, and they went on, Piquette making no further protest, and reached the gate of Madame Toupin, where they paused for a moment. The loge was dark and the gate was open. This was unusual, but Horton remembered that sometimes Madame Toupin and her pretty daughter went together for visits in the neighborhood. Two men were chatting under the lamp in the courtyard, but so absorbed in their own affair that they gave no attention to the visitors who entered the building and slowly climbed the stairs, so familiar to Jim, and so suggestive of the greatest joy and the greatest misfortune he had ever known. Piquette followed him one step behind, clinging to the tail of his overcoat. They met no one. A light showed beyond a transom on the second floor. The odor of a cigarette was wafted to them, and the sound of a voice softly singing. There was no other studio apartment on the third floor but Moira's, and they mounted the steps softly on tiptoe, peering upward into the obscurity for signs of illumination that would proclaim occupancy. But they could see no light but the reflection of the cold starlit sky which came through a window on the stair and outlined the rail and baluster.
"Is there no light?"
asked Piquette in a voice which, in spite of itself, seemed no more than a whisper. "I can't see any yet," muttered Jim. And then as his head came in line with the floor, he pointed upward. Above the door the transom showed.
"Ah, elle est là," she gasped,
falling into her native tongue unconsciously. Silently they mounted and Jim knocked upon the door. There was no reply. He knocked more loudly. Silence again. Then he put his hand on the knob and turned it. The door yielded and they entered, Piquette peering curiously over his shoulder and around the room. The gas light, turned low, cast a dim light over the room. The corners were bathed in shadow, and Horton's gaze swept them eagerly while he moved here and there. The familiar chairs, the couch by the big window, the easel with its canvas, the draperies, the lay figure seemed to be all as when he had seen them last, but there was no one there. The studio was empty. With Piquette close at his side, he went to the door of the kitchenette. It was locked and the key was in the door. It had been fastened from the studio side. "That's curious," muttered Jim. "She may have gone out for a moment." "Perhaps," said Piquette. Jim went around the studio, glancing at the windows, and then joined his companion by the door, scrutinizing his watch. "We're a few moments early, Piquette," he muttered.
"I will go down, mon ami, and ask when she come back," she ventured. And they went out of the studio, closing the door behind them. But Jim Horton hesitated, glancing back at the door. "I wonder if there could have been any mistake," he muttered. "8 o'clock. I don't understand." "Jim," said Piquette, "I do not like to look at this. I am afraid." She peered down into the obscurity suddenly and put her fingers to her lips. "Someone is coming," she murmured. "It is——" She paused, listened, and then caught him by the arm. "It is not a woman. It is a man. Listen." He obeyed, catching her meaning and its significance quickly. The footsteps were surely not those of a woman, and the stairs to the floor below creaked heavily. "A man? Who?" he muttered. "It is what I fear. We must hide somewhere, quick." The door of the hall room Jim had slept in was near them. Tiptoeing over to it quickly, the girl behind him, he tried the knob. It yielded and they entered its darkness, leaving the door wide enough open so that they could look out. The man was now climbing up the stair and reached the landing. If either of them had expected to see Barry Quinlevin, they were disappointed, for the figure was heavier, strangely similar to Jim Horton's, and like him wore a dark overcoat and slouch hat. And while they peered out at him, the man hesitated, looked up at the transom and then turned the knob and entered the studio, closing the door carefully behind him. Jim Horton had felt Piquette's fingers clutch his arm and questioned in a whisper, "What is it, Piquette?" "Your brother, Harry," she gasped. "Impossible. He's at camp." "I would swear it." "In civilian clothes? He knows better than that." He laughed gently. "You're nervous, Piquette." "It's Harry, I tell you," she insisted. "I am no mistake." It did look like him. But what? "I don't know. It's strange what I think." "But why should Harry come here when Moira sent me?" "And what if she did not send you the Petit Bleu?" "You mean——" "I don't know." "That Harry sent it? Why would he want to meet me?" He shrugged. "But it's queer, Piquette. If he's here to worry her again, I'll break his head." "Sh——," whispered Piquette, calming him. "She must go with me, mon ami." He nodded. "But she isn't there. I don't understand." "We must wait here." And so they stood at the door listening for sounds from below. Silence. And then a strange commotion close at hand. Suddenly Piquette clutched Jim's arm. "Jim,"
he heard her whisper in sudden terror.
"what is it?"
He had heard the same thing too. A faint sound like a cough, followed by a groan, as though someone were struggling for breath. Another pause while they listened again. There was no mistaking it now. Jim Horton had heard the same sounds before from the throat of one of the engineers who had been horribly gassed. Another groan, then the impact of a heavy body falling. Jim Horton sprang out into the hallway, drawing his automatic, and threw himself against the studio door. It was locked. He assaulted it again, and at last the door jamb tore away and he was precipitated into the middle of the room, revolver in hand, glaring about him. Piquette close beside him, her eyes distended with horror. In the middle of the floor, near the fireplace, lay the figure of a man, quite motionless, a dark blotch growing on the rug beneath his body. And the distorted face turned toward the feeble light of the flickering gas jet was that of his brother, Harry.
"Sainte Vierge!"
came from Piquette in an awed tone.
"He has killed himself."
But Jim was bending over the body. Impossible. A knife under the arm, in the heart. It's murder. He straightened, keenly alert, and searched the room quickly, weapon in hand, thoroughly, aware of its possibilities for concealment. A chair was overturned, but the lay figure, the draperies, the easel were undisturbed. and the door into the kitchen was locked, the key on the outside as before. The thing was unbelievable, and the mystery deepened as he searched. Moira was not here, had not been here. He was sure of it now. This trap, supernatural it seemed, had been set to catch Jim Horton. And Harry, God knows how or why, Harry had walked into it. As Piquette bent over to examine the dead man, Horton hauled her away quickly. He had just wits enough left to know how dangerous was his own position. "Don't touch anything. This is a case for the police. Come." And he led the way down the stairs to the second floor, shouting incoherently for help, while Piquette, her tongue loosened, now ably seconded him. And in a moment, it seemed, the entire household appeared in the hallway, while people from the court and from the street came crowding up. Horton, who knew that there was no possibility of the murderer's escape by the window, stood at the stair on the second floor, guarding it, still bewildered by the mystery, trying to explain, while the crowd surged up and a police officer who had been passing forced his way through. To him, Piquette, gathering her courage, explained, telling him briefly what had happened, while they had watched from the room upstairs. The police officer went up with Horton and Piquette and entered the studio, the crowd following to the door, where the policeman commanded them to stop. Then, while he questioned Piquette, he lighted all the burners and examined the body, then the closet, the windows, and with drawn weapon approached the door to the kitchenette. It was still locked, the key still in the door. He turned the key, then locked it again. "You say you tried this door when you first entered the room?" he asked. "Yes, monsieur," said Piquette promptly. "We thought that Madame Horton might be inside, but finding it locked we did not go in." The policeman drew back, muttering. "Most extraordinary," he said. "There is a door from these other rooms into the hallway outside?" "Yes." The policeman pushed a way through the crowd and tried the door from the outside. It, too, was locked. He turned to the crowd. "No one came out of this door?" "No one, monsieur." "And this other door?" indicating the hall room. "There was no one there," said a man who seemed much at home. "One of us went in when we came up the stair and came out saying it was empty. Look, you may see for yourself." And he threw the door open while the officer investigated. He came out more puzzled than ever, rejoining Horton and Piquette at the door of the studio, summoning the man and one or two of the others, with Horton and Piquette as witnesses, taking the names and addresses carefully. "This is a case for the commissaire," he said to them. "You will please wait." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Mystery. The sudden extraordinary turn of events and the inexplicable horror of his brother's death had so bewildered Jim Horton that he stood awaiting the arrival of the commissaire de police in a kind of stupefaction, looking down at the huddled form of the man upon the floor, unable to think with any clearness. The officer requested him not to move or touch anything, and Piquette stood beside Jim as though to give him courage. But the policeman kept an eye on Horton and remained by the door, watching outside and in, as though guarding it against his possible escape. Horton noticed this, but remained immovable, aware that the fellow was only doing his duty, and that further explanations must await the arrival of the commissaire, who had been telephoned for. The furniture of the studio, each object of which possessed for Jim some poignant association, seemed strangely familiar yet unreal. The chairs, the rugs, the hangings had suddenly become merely a background for the body lying among them, a part of it linked in a horrible conspiracy of silence. Moira's plain furniture, her easel which still bore the placid portrait of the indomitable Parisienne who had refused to be a Froussard, the armchair by the fireplace in which Moira had sat, the table from which they had supped, the lay figure in its old costume, felt hat and draperies, the couch by the window, the brass bowl on the mantel full of Moira's brushes, all of them spoke so eloquently of her and Moira. He frowned as he tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The knife in his brother's side had been intended for him. There was no doubt of that, and the motive for the crime was obvious. Quinlevin. Tricot? Yes. But how? His glance passed over the room again and again, seeking in vain the answer. His guardian had preferred to await the arrival of his superior before examining the kitchenette and bedrooms. But with the door locked upon the outside, there was no hope that the solution of the mystery would be found there. Meanwhile, Jim Horton's mind became slowly impregnated with the realization of his own position, which must become more dubious when he answered the questions of the Commissaire. For answer them he must, telling the whole of his story if it were necessary, without thought of consequences to himself or others. The future became at each moment more ominous. Horrible as the thought was, they might even suspect him of this crime, and even if he escaped that disaster, with the publicity which must follow, the Provost's guard awaited him. But at his side was Piquette, who had seen what he had seen and who knew what he knew, and he felt her fingers clasp his with a valiant touch that gave him courage and assurance. And in a short while the Commissaire entered, followed by his secretary, several agents and newspaper men. The Commissaire, Monsieur Matthieu, was a man of medium height, strongly built, with small, sharp eyes and reddish hair. He went about the affair with a businesslike mien, exchanging a few words with the policeman who had first come, glancing quickly at Horton, Piquette, and the other witnesses. "Let no one enter the room," he said in his sharp staccato when he had selected his witnesses. "Let no one leave it." Then quickly he questioned Horton and Piquette as to their visit and the exact circumstances of their discovery of the body. Horton was at a loss, but Piquette spoke rapidly and in a few moments had given the Commissaire a complete narration of their experiences from the moment they had climbed the stairs to the studio of Madame Horton. "You say that you and this monsieur came to this room by appointment to meet Madame Horton at 8 o'clock?" questioned the Commissaire. "Yes, monsieur." "That you came up the stair and as the door was unlocked you entered this room, finding it empty?" "Yes, monsieur." "And the door to the apartment yonder was locked from this side and the key was in the lock as it is at this moment?" "Yes, monsieur." "The rooms beyond, then, have not yet been entered?" he asked of the policeman who had come up at the first alarm. "No, Monsieur le Commissaire." "Bien. Then we shall enter at once." He nodded significantly to the two agents, who took their places by Jim and Piquette, and with his secretary and the policeman following him, Monsieur Matthieu unlocked the door into the kitchenette and investigated the kitchen and bedrooms. When he reappeared some moments later, his face was puzzled, but he went to the big studio window and examined the catches. "These windows, you say, were also locked?" he asked of Horton suddenly. In excellent English. "They were, all of them," said Horton. "Then you did not know that one of them was open?" "Open?" Horton crossed the room eagerly. "I could have sworn——" "You observe?" said the Frenchman, and touching the window it swung open noiselessly. "That's strange," muttered Horton. "I thought the catch was on. But even so," he added, "there was no chance for the murderer to have escaped there. As you will see, Monsieur, it is a blank wall of full 3 stories in height." The Commissaire peered out. There was a broad wooden ledge or sill just outside, but the ledge led nowhere, and he could see that what Horton had stated was true. It was 60 feet to the flagging of the court below, and a drop meant death or injury to anyone who dared attempt it. Nor was there any sign of a rope or ladder. We shall wait for daylight for that. In the meanwhile, he relapsed into silence, gazing about the room with great care, examining each object and coming at last to the body. "It has not been touched?" he questioned of the policeman. "No, Monsieur." He walked around the corpse, dictating quickly to the man with the notebook, and then drew the knife from the wound. It was a 2-edged affair, at least 6 inches in length, a weapon evidently intended for just such a deadly business. "He was struck below the left arm and from behind," Piquette heard him dictate. "The direction of the weapon in the body indicating without the possibility of a doubt that the wound was not self-inflicted. A case of murder," he finished, looking up at Horton, who had followed his motions with intense interest. Then he moved the body so that it lay flat upon the floor, throwing a pocket light full upon the face, starting back in amazement. "Monsieur!" he gasped to Horton, and then threw the light suddenly into Jim Horton's face. "Monsieur Horton, did you know?" "It is my brother," said Jim quietly. "Nom d'un chien! I could swear it was yourself." "My twin brother, Monsieur," repeated Horton. Monsieur Matthieu's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Jim. "The case becomes more interesting. You will now tell me, please, what happened when you went out of the studio into the hallway." Horton nodded. "We thought of going away and returning when Madame Horton, my sister-in-law, should return." "The wife of the murdered man," broke in the Commissaire. "Yes, Monsieur," said Jim. "As we were about to go down to the court below, we heard the footsteps of someone coming up. But it was not Madame Horton. We knew that by the sounds. It was a man's step, so we withdrew into the little hall room and watched." "The facts are curious, Monsieur Horton," put in the Commissaire with sudden interest. "Why did you wish to conceal yourself from the other visitors of Madame Horton?" The question was pertinent and there could be no evading a reply. So Jim told briefly of Quinlevin, Moira, and Harry, and his unfriendly relationship with his brother. As he did so he heard the gasps and whisperings among the listeners, which gave him an unpleasant realization of their conception of the affair. And the testimony of Piquette, who grew angry at the sounds from the auditors, did nothing to improve his situation. "I see, Monsieur," said Monsieur Matthieu sagely. "It is wise that you see fit to tell us the truth now, since it must all come out later. There was bad blood between you and your brother, and between you and Monsieur Quinlevin, so that you feared a plot in the Petit Bleu which meant to do you violence?" "Not when I received the message, Monsieur. I came here with Madame Morin in good faith, to try and help Madame Horton, to take her away from a situation in which she was most unhappy." "And your relations with your sister-in-law?" asked the Commissaire. Horton flushed angrily, but he realized that the man was within his rights. As Piquette cried excitedly, "Madame Horton was unhappy with her husband, Monsieur." "Madame Horton and I were the best of friends," broke in Jim quietly. "Evidently," said Monsieur Matthieu dryly. The changed manner of Monsieur Matthieu, his sudden air of intense interest in Jim himself, and the keen appraisal in his eyes did not augur well for the result of the investigation. "You will please go on with the rest of the story, Monsieur," he added, and then with a glance at Piquette, "And you, Madame, will be pleased to remain silent until I question you. You say that you realized that the visitor coming up the stair was a man and that you and Madame withdrew in the darkness into the little hall room and waited?" "Yes, Monsieur." "And you both saw the man come up the stairs to the studio door. What happened then?" "He turned the knob and entered." "Had you recognized him as your brother at that time?" "I hadn't. I thought that my brother had joined his regiment." "Ah, a soldier. And do you know why he is here in civilian's clothes?" "I do not." "Did Madame Morin recognize him?" "Yes, but I didn't believe it was he, even then." Monsieur Matthieu smiled and shrugged. "And you didn't realize how much alike you were in your dark overcoats and soft hats?" "No." "And after your brother went in at the studio door, how long did you and Madame wait in the hall room?" "I don't know exactly. A matter of 4 or 5 minutes, when we heard sounds in the studio and the falling of a body." "And you rushed out to the studio door and went in?" asked the Commissaire craftily. "The door was locked," said Jim. "I put my shoulder against it and broke it in." "Ah, you broke it in. How long did that take?" "Perhaps half a minute." "And when you entered the room, Madame was with you?" "Yes, just behind him," broke in Piquette eagerly. Monsieur Matthieu glanced at Piquette with a frown which silenced her. "And what did you see, Monsieur?" "What you saw, Monsieur. My brother lying there, the chair upset, but no sign of anyone in the room. It was very mystifying." "Yes, it must have been," dryly. "Miraculous, in fact. And then what did you do?" "I examined the room thoroughly. I was bewildered, Monsieur. I couldn't understand any more than you can, because the only door by which the murderer could have escaped I found to be locked, as you found it, Monsieur." "Most extraordinary. And what is your theory as to the escape of the murderer?" "I haven't any. The more I think, the more astounding it seems. I couldn't believe, unless I had seen all these things with my own eyes." "And you, Madame?" he asked at last in French, turning to Piquette. "What Monsieur tells is the truth, Monsieur le Commissaire, I swear." Monsieur Matthieu laughed. "Come now, what you two ask me to think is beyond belief. I come to this room and find a man murdered by a dastardly blow dealt by a man of great muscular force." Here he ran a careless glance up and down Jim Horton's long figure. "The only door by which he could have escaped is locked. Exit by the window is impossible. And you and Madame guard the stairs until the crowd gathers. Do you think you will get me to believe that the murderer flew up the chimney?" "I don't ask you to believe anything," said Jim, trying to keep his nerve. "But I must believe the evidence of my observation. There is no way in which the man could have passed you on the stair?" "None," said Jim helplessly. "Until I came up with the policeman, no one went down." "That is true," added Piquette. "Monsieur Horton was armed. No one could have passed him." Here the Commissaire was puzzled, for what had seemed clearer a moment ago was lost in the frankness of this confession. "Where are the other witnesses in the case?" he asked of the policeman. "Here, Monsieur," indicating one of the men he had detained. "This man was in the hall with the crowd. These others too are willing to testify." The secretary took the witness's name, Paul Joubert, his address, and Monsieur Matthieu questioned him. "You have heard the testimony of Monsieur Horton?" "Yes, Monsieur." "It is true?" "In every particular. I and these others," indicating the men beside him, "came up the stairs to the landing and entered the studio." "How many were there in the crowd?" 8, 10, a dozen," he replied while the others confirmed him. "Did you know them all?" "Ah, no, Monsieur. I live in the court at the rear. Some of them were strangers who ran in from the street." "There was no one in the upper hall?" "No one." And in the hall room?" "One of the men who had rushed up examined the room and said it was empty. I went in myself also and saw that this was so." "Is the man who first went into the hall room here?" "No, Monsieur le Commissaire. I do not recognize him. The light from the doorway was dim and——" "All right," said Matthieu. "No matter." And then, "And the other door from the apartment to the hallway remained locked all the time?" he asked. "Yes, Monsieur. No one came out of there. We tried it many times." "And you have no theory as to how anyone could have escaped from the room under the circumstances?" "No, Monsieur. It is nothing less than a miracle." The other witnesses shook their heads in confirmation of the testimony. "That will do, Monsieur Joubert." And then turning to Horton, "Now, Monsieur Horton, what did you think when you found the body of your brother? When you had positive proof that unless the murderer had jumped from the window to death, he must at that moment have been in the room?" Horton had courage, but he couldn't deceive himself as to the intent of the question. The cord was tightening. He felt it in the looks of those around him, in the frightened breathing of Piquette, and in the steady gaze of his questioner, which he met with more and more difficulty. But he managed to answer calmly. "Think? Why, I couldn't think, Monsieur. I was bewildered, dazed, stupefied with astonishment and horror." "But you must give me credit for some intelligence," protested the Commissaire. "Since the murderer couldn't have gone out of the door while you say you were breaking in, he must have been in the room all the while." "There was no one in the room. I searched it." "That is true," almost screamed Piquette in her excitement. "I was with him. There was no one." "Quietly, Madame," said Monsieur Matthieu reprovingly. And then, "Monsieur Horton, when you searched the room, what did you do?" "What you would have done, Monsieur. I rushed down the stair and gave the alarm, watching the stair and waiting for the police. I am as mystified as you. If I could tell you any more, I would do so." Monsieur Matthieu tapped his eyeglasses thoughtfully, and it was a long time before he spoke. And then, "Where is Madame Horton?" "I don't know." "And Monsieur Quinlevin?" "I don't know." "You have no means of helping me to find them?" "If I had, I would tell you." A pause, and then the Commissaire cleared his throat in an important manner. "I have a feeling that you are keeping something back, Monsieur Horton. I warn you that you will not make things easy for yourself in making them difficult for me." "What do you mean, Monsieur?" asked Jim, sure that his position and Piquette's had now grown desperate. "Merely, Monsieur," said the Commissaire with a glance at the dead man, "that blows such as this are not struck by spiritual agencies. That when there is a murdered man, there must also be a murderer. Your testimony and that of Madame Morin agree. But then I cannot neglect the possibility that you may have some object in agreeing." "You believe that I——" Horton broke in horror. "I believe nothing until it is definitely proved. I admit that there are many phases of this case which seem favorable to a belief in your story. But there are also some points which from your testimony seem to be incredible. We do not live in an age of miracles. Murders are not committed by spirits who vanish. There was bad blood between you and your brother. You yourself have admitted it. Madame Morin had a suspicion when he came up the stair that the Petit Bleu you received was a trap intended for you." "Which my brother fell into," said Horton, in a last desperate effort to clear himself. "Why, Monsieur, you yourself can see how like we are. The blow was intended for me." "You are fortunate, Monsieur," said the Commissaire with a shrug. and you will have every chance to prove your innocence. But I cannot take the grave responsibility of liberating you. The case must go to the Prefet, and it will be heard in its entirety, including the many details which have been suggested as to Madame Horton and Monsieur Quinlevin. I am only sent here to investigate the case in its physical aspects, and the result of the investigation is to place you and Madame Morin under arrest." Horton straightened and glanced around at the others in the room. They had ceased to have personalities. They looked like wax images, staring at him in wonder, in curiosity, as though he were already condemned. From them his glance found Piquette. Her face was white and she was staring at the Commissaire as though she could not believe the evidence of her ears.
"Why, Monsieur, have we not told you?"
he heard her begin, when the officer silenced her. "You will have every opportunity to testify tomorrow, Madame." She sent one glance at him, the gamine in her terrified at the law as represented in the man before her, and then bewildered, rushed to Jim and caught him by the hand.
"Courage, mon ami," she gasped. "You have only to speak the truth."
"I'm not frightened," he said. "But you, Piquette, a prison."
"It's nothing,"
she said bravely, but he saw that she was on the point of breaking. "And now," broke in the Commissaire, who had watched this byplay with some interest, "I am sorry that we must be off. Come." And giving some instructions as to the witnesses to one of the agents de police who had accompanied him, and taking the revolver which Horton silently offered him, he led the way down the stair, with Piquette and Horton following, policemen at their elbows. A great crowd had assembled in the street and courtyard below. Horton caught a glimpse of the white cap and whiter face of Madame Toupin at the door of her loge, and then was hurried by a policeman into a carriage which was awaiting them. He saw poor Piquette put into another one, and they drove off in the direction of the Prefecture de Police, where he was shown without ceremony into a cell alone to await a further investigation upon the morrow. He sank down upon the cot, buried his head in his hands, and tried to think. Quinlevin was at the bottom of this. Quinlevin, Tricot. One of them had done this dastardly thing, believing to save their skins and thinking that they were killing him. But how had the murderer gotten away? How? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Escape. The events in the Hôtel de Paris at Nice, the revelation in Monsieur de Vautrin's rooms, the confession of Piquette Morin, and the startling events that immediately followed it were all bewildering. From affection for Quinlevin, Moira had passed through the stages of incredulity, doubt, and reassurance. And then at Nora's downfall, dismay at her own position, and after Quinlevin's brutal treatment of her, aversion and terror. When he turned the key of her door and went with Piquette into his own room, she threw herself into her chair, aware of her dependence upon him, and yet ready to run away and throw herself upon the mercy of the first stranger that she could find. But the sounds that came from behind the closed door fascinated her, the murmur of conversation rising and falling, and then the strange noises, heard indistinctly yet frightful in their significance. The silence that followed, still more suggestive. She shrank upon her bed in terror, shutting her ears with her fingers. Then the renewal of the commotion as she raised her hands, her terror inquisitive for the worst, the sound of blows, the grunts of men in struggle, and then the falling of a body. Tricot and Quinlevin, they were killing each other. That was the chief thought in her mind, that and the imperative need of escape. She got up, trembling, and went to the door, shooting the brass bolt, then turned, catching up her coat and gloves. The door into the corridor was locked, but she could still go out through Nora's room. She tried the other door, but found it locked on the outside. She called Nora softly, then more loudly, and heard the woman answer. Presently, by dint of wild persuasion, she prevailed upon her old nurse to open the door. Nora was red of face, disheveled and bewildered.
"What is it you want, alanah?"
"I must go. You must go with me," she stammered.
"For why? Isn't it enough that I've been through this day without——"
But Moira pushed her way past the woman.
"Something dreadful has happened in there," she stammered, her face white. "I can't stay." "What then?"
"A fight. Mr. Quinlevin and Tricot." The woman tried to restrain her, but Moira flung herself away and unlocked the door.
"You'll not be leaving me here alone,"
gasped Nora.
"Come then, quickly."
And she fled out into the corridor, the woman following, down the stairway and into the night. The memory of those dreadful hours of wandering with Nora along the roads was like a dream in a fever. But after a while the physical exercise made her more calm, and she was able to explain to the frightened Irishwoman what had happened. Her first impulse had been to flee from it all, to escape anywhere, but without money where should she go? With the return of reason came courage, and with courage a resolve to go back and do what she could for Piquette Morin. They would not have dared to kill her. It was impossible. An impulse to tell the people of the hotel what had happened came to her again. But as she turned toward the gardens, followed heavily by the frightened Nora, she resolved to go upstairs and face whatever was in store for her. What she found was rather terrifying at first, but when she summoned nerve enough to turn on the light, she saw two swaddled figures squirming to be free. Madame Morin had vanished. With the help of Nora, who came out of her state of coma when the facts were made obvious, she liberated the two men and questioned eagerly. "Why didn't you come before?" was Quinlevin's reply. He was not pleasant to look at.
"I was frightened at the sounds. I ran away. What has happened?"
"Isn't it obvious?" mumbled the Irishman, spitting out a fragment of the cotton towel from his dry throat.
"Jim Horton," gasped Moira.
"The same, damn him."
"And Madame?"
"Need you guess?" he sneered. "They're well on the road to Paris by now."
"Thank God,"
said Moira fervently. He glanced at her, but said nothing. His feelings were too deep for words. But the day following, Moira was to learn her dependence upon him. He took little pains to conceal the change of his feelings towards her, the suddenness of which proclaimed only too insistently the fact that his years of kindness were only the device Jim Horton had proved them to be. On the way back to Paris he was for the most part silent and morose, remaining much of the time with the abominable Tricot, leaving Moira to the tender mercies of her old nurse, who now shared with her the Irishman's displeasure. It was indeed a sisterhood of consolation, and she saw that, with the failure of the great plan, Nora was much chastened by her experience, for she sat and wailed in a most discomfiting manner, confessing at last her share in the conspiracy and throwing herself upon Moira's mercy. Moira was sorry for the woman who had brought her safely through her baby diseases and acted as guide, counselor, and friend until it was time for her to go away to boarding school. And so, mingled with the contempt that Moira felt for her, there was a little pity too, and a leaven of the old affection. In those moments of rapprochement and confession, Moira learned in astonishment the secret of her birth. Jim Horton had not been mistaken. She was not the daughter of Barry Quinlevin, but his niece, posthumous daughter of his younger brother, whose widow had died in childbirth. Barry Quinlevin's own wife, an invalid and bedridden, had acquiesced in the plan of adopting the daughter of her sister-in-law, but had not known in the few years before her own death of the deception that was to be practiced upon Monsieur de Vautrin. The community in which the families lived was sparsely settled, the neighbors ignorant and illiterate. If Monsieur de Vautrin had taken pains to make inquiries at this time, he must surely have discovered the ruse. But he had apparently taken all things told him for granted, or was too enwrapped in his own selfish pursuits to give the case attention. So long as he was left to the enjoyment of his fortune by the paying of the tribute Quinlevin demanded, he was satisfied. And so Quinlevin managed things in his own way, paying Nora for her silence and keeping Moira in ignorance as to the source of their income. If Quinlevin guessed the nature of the conversation that passed between the two women upon the train, he gave no sign of it. But when they reached Paris and returned to the studio, he seemed to experience a change of heart toward Moira, did what he could to restore the breach in their old relations, admitting the truth of Nora's confession and shrugging off his failure as a matter that was ended. Apparently taking Moira's forgiveness for granted, he treated her, in their new relation of uncle and niece, with marked consideration and planned in his grandiose way for the future. He seemed to have plenty of money and spent it upon her generously, but he did not leave her for a moment. And when he proposed a trip to Fontainebleau, a spot which in former years she had loved to visit, he asked her to accompany him. Her reasons for acquiescence were logical enough. Until she decided upon a definite plan of separation from him, she thought it wisest to assume an attitude of forbearance. She wanted to go away somewhere where she could think, and she wanted to hide herself where Jim Horton couldn't find her. For she was sure that he would not be content to let their affair remain as she had desired it. He would come pleading with her, and then God knows what she would do. Alone, helpless, she was afraid of herself. The little inn in the forest where they stopped was not far from the house of some friends of Moira's, and thither, if the opportunity offered, she could go for sanctuary. But here again she felt the constant supervision of her indomitable foster father and uncle. He recovered some of his old spirits and his old affection as he seemed to be trying to obliterate from her memory the last few weeks which had been so disastrous to them both. But she accepted these marks of his regeneration with reserve, enjoying the rest and recuperation, and trying her best to forget the man she loved, praying for strength and guidance and planning the struggle for existence, which must begin when this brief interlude came to an end. And so, in a few days, she lulled him into a sense of security and convinced him of her spirit of resignation. She wandered off alone into the forest and sometimes did not see him for hours at a time, but she did not attempt escape. She was thinking deeply. She was still afraid that an escape from Quinlevin meant the greater danger to her soul. It was upon her return from one of her solitary pilgrimages through the dripping woods, for the early morn had been foggy, that she learned that Barry Quinlevin was still in bed. She smiled as she thought how easily her acquiescence had disarmed him. But when she sent up a message that she had returned, he sent down word that he would join her at déjeuner. Something of the old attraction toward him still remained in spite of her knowledge of his villainy. She had not yet been able to obliterate from her mind the many years of his encouragement in her work, his gentleness and the many marks of affection. In his strange way he had loved her, and the fact that she now felt contempt for him did not disguise the fact that she felt a little pity too. But she knew that she must decide very soon what she would do. There were so many years to set in the balance against the present. Rogue? Yes, but full of consideration and a lively appreciation of the creature that he had made her. To cut him out of her life, root and branch, much as she had learned to despise him, was not easy. But she must do it for her own self-respect, tomorrow, the next day. As she thought of her problems, she sank into an armchair by the fire and picked up a copy of a morning paper which a new visitor had just brought in from the city. It was part of Moira's purpose in hiding herself from the world to hide also the world from herself. But she picked up the Matin and in a moment was absorbed in the account of the projected peace conference. But as she turned the page, her glance fell upon a familiar name, many familiar names, and in a moment, her eyes starting from her head, she read the dreadful headlines. Murder in a studio in the Quartier. Captain Horton, USA, killed under strange circumstances. Then the news which followed describing briefly, for space was valuable, the known facts regarding the mystery, the arrest of an American, James Horton, and a French woman, Piquette Morin, pending a further investigation of the mysterious crime. Apparently all the facts in the possession of the police were given, which, unless some other details of the mystery were discovered, pointed the finger of suspicion at the American, who was the twin brother of the dead man. Moira read with growing horror the familiar address, the names of Madame Toupin and the other tenants, her own name and Barry Quinlevin's, whose absence had added to the mystery. The type danced before her eyes like the shifting colors in a kaleidoscope, and then became merged and incomprehensible. Was she dreaming? With an effort she focused again upon the damnable page, aware of this new crisis that had sought her out from the depths of her retreat. Harry dead, murdered. What had he been doing at the studio? There must be some mistake. Harry was at camp 100 miles away, and Jim Horton, his murderer. The thing was impossible. She got up, paper in hand, and scarcely aware of what she was doing, went to her room and quickly put on her hat and coat, coming downstairs a few moments later and taking the road in the direction of the railroad station. She had no definite plan except to escape her uncle and get to Paris as quickly as possible, but she was aware that some instinct was guiding her. She inquired of the station agent when the Paris train was due. She was lucky. There would be a train in half an hour. She bought a ticket out of the slender means in her possession and waited, going over and over in her mind the terrible phrases which seemed already to have burned themselves indelibly upon her memory. The motive for the crime? There seemed to be none, except that the two brothers had not been friendly. Motive? Harry, her husband, and Jim. Holy Virgin! She leaned against a tree by the roadside and wordlessly prayed. Not that motive, not that. And Jim Horton, Whatever the things he had suffered through Harry, his own misplaced gallantry, and through her, he was not the man who could have done this thing. When she raised her head, listening for the sounds of the train, a smile was on her lips, a new smile of confidence and faith. She had tried him. She knew the kind of man he was. He could fight in the open, as a brave man should, but not in the dark, not with a dastardly blow for his own brother in the dark. When the train came in she was calm again and resolved. Whatever skill, whatever intelligence she had was to be dedicated to solving this mystery and clearing Jim Horton of all complicity in the murder. Her name was mentioned, the police required her presence. She would go to them and tell her whole story, neglecting nothing, whatever it cost her. She stared at the passing scenery with eyes that saw nothing. But there was a frown at her brows and her lips were drawn together in a firm line. She was beginning to see with an inner vision, to turn over one by one the events of the last few weeks and the motives of all those concerned in them. The police did not know who had committed this crime if Jim Horton were innocent. The circumstances were such as to preclude the possibility of anyone escaping from the room, and yet someone must have been there, and someone somehow must have escaped. Out of her own knowledge emerged a motive for a murder, not of Harry, but of his brother. A motive that had already been the cause of 2 abortive attempts upon his life. Somehow this thought emerged with photographic distinctness from the others, becoming at each moment more definite and more full of sinister suggestion. But a life, perhaps 2 lives, one of them Jim Horton's, hung upon the keenness of her vision and intelligence. If Monsieur Matthieu, the commissaire, whose name had been given in the Matin, was balked in getting at the truth, she would help him. There were many things he did not know, many things that she could tell him, such as would perhaps open new vistas for investigation. Quite calmly now she took out the paper and reread the details, her imagination catching at neglected clues, her instinct groping, and her horror grew, not at the thought of Jim in his prison, but of other suspicions that rose from every known fact and confronted her, pointing accusing fingers. She passed between the white columns of the entrance to the Palais de Justice, through the iron and gilt barrier, and then paused, but not in any fear. For her mind was made up and her courage had come back to her with a rush that put to shame her days of uncertainty. So she approached one of the palace guards and asked to be shown to the office of the Préfet. The Préfet, she was informed, was not in the building. Would anyone else do? Was it upon a matter connected with the administration of justice? She replied promptly that she came upon a matter in connection with the murder mystery in the studio at number 7 Rue de Tavennes, and the man pricked up his ears, conducting her promptly up a long flight of stone steps to the left, where he told her she would find the juge d'instruction. And when, in reply to his question as to what name he should announce, she told him that she was Madame Horton, his interest and activity were intense. With a word to the greffier, who stood near, he disappeared through a door, and in a moment returned with 2 gentlemen who hurried forward to meet her, introducing themselves as Monsieur Simon, the juge d'instruction, who had taken charge of the investigation, and Monsieur Matthieu, the commissaire de police, for the district in which the crime had been committed. She followed them through the door from which they had emerged, and answering their questions, told her story without hesitation, from the moment of her visit to Jim Horton at the hospital at Neuilly until she had read in the morning paper of the crime.
"I came, Monsieur, because it was my duty to aid you in clearing up this mystery, and because I know that whatever the evidence you hold against him, Monsieur Horton could never have been guilty of this crime." Monsieur Simon wagged his head sagely and plucked with slender white fingers at his dark beard. "We are greatly indebted to you, Madame. Our agents have been looking for you. No doubt they would have found you in time, but it was wiser for you to come, much wiser. Your story is interesting and may do much to help Monsieur Matthieu in his investigation, but—"
"But you must admit, Madame," broke in the practical Commissaire, who had a reputation at stake, "that instead of tending to clear Monsieur Horton of suspicion, you have only added one more thread to the net that already enmeshes him."
"What do you mean, Monsieur?"
"His love for you, his dislike for your husband."
Moira flushed painfully. "I have told you the truth in this matter because I believe that only by knowing the whole truth will you be able to solve this mystery. If Monsieur Horton tells you that the studio was empty, he tells you what he believes to be the truth. Why otherwise would he lie about a situation which must surely condemn him?"
"We have thought of all that, Madame," said Monsieur Simon, "and I am willing to admit that there are several points in his testimony which are very puzzling. We have only finished his examination and that of Madame Morin, which have lasted the greater part of the morning. Both he and Madame Morin have repeated without the slightest divergence the testimony taken in the preliminary examination at the scene of the crime. I am glad to say also that their statements confirm in a general way your own in regard to what has happened in the affair of the Duc de Vautrin. The entire department of police is now upon a search for Monsieur Barry Quinlevin and the man named Tricot, who will of course be given the opportunity to explain where they were last night at 8 o'clock. An agent goes at once to Fontainebleau, but that does not exonerate Monsieur Horton or Madame Morin. A man has been killed in a room from which the murderer could not have emerged without detection. The door to the sleeping apartments was locked, the key on the outside. The window was 60 feet from the stone flagging below. The window and wall were carefully studied this morning after daybreak. The murderer could not have climbed down. It is impossible. Monsieur Horton admits that he did not escape by the stair. How then did he escape? The doors have been guarded. He is not there now, nor did Monsieur Horton discover him either before or after the murder." "And yet he was there, Monsieur Simon," said Moira, her voice gathering strength and clearness from the depth of her faith and conviction. "He was there, Monsieur le Commissaire," she repeated, "all the time. Nothing else is possible." Monsieur Matthieu tapped his eyeglasses upon the palm of his hand. "I should be very willing to believe you, Madame," he said with polite skepticism, "had I not ocular demonstration that there could have been no one in the room at any moment between the arrival of Monsieur Horton and Madame Morin and the alarm given by Monsieur Horton himself. I have not yet exhausted every avenue of investigation, but I need not conceal from you the extreme danger of the position in which Monsieur Horton finds himself. We have a motive for the crime. Even you, Madame, have only added testimony as to that. With his brother dead, there was no obstacle to your unfortunate affection." "Monsieur!" Moira had drawn back from him in dismay, her face blanched again. "If I seem cruel,
I only speak with the cold logic of the professional analyst of human motives. The fact that you are a Catholic and opposed to divorce only provides another reason why your husband should be removed from the path of Monsieur Horton."
Everything that Moira had said seemed to be weaving more tightly the skein of evidence around the man she loved. And this thinking machine in the eyeglasses grasped only at the threads that seemed to incriminate him. And what of the other evidence that she had presented? Would they disregard that? She was trying to think clearly, connectedly, and presently managed to put her thoughts into words. "Have you discovered how or why Monsieur Jim Horton happened to be at the studio, and why, if he was bent upon the murder of his own brother, he took Madame Morin as a witness?"
"All accessory," put in Monsieur Matthieu sharply.
"That is absurd," broke in Moira with some spirit. "And you know it." Monsieur Simon nodded approval. "I am glad you have made that point, Madame. It is our trade to make our witnesses uncomfortable that they may controvert themselves. But you have probed quite straight. And instead of answering your question, permit me to ask you another. Did you send a Petit Bleu to Monsieur Horton requesting him to come to your studio last night at 8 o'clock? The expression upon Moira's face showed so genuine an astonishment that there could be no doubting the sincerity of her reply. "I? No, Monsieur Simon. I was at Fontainebleau. Why should I ask him to come to the studio when I was not there?" The two men exchanged glances of new interest. "Both Monsieur Horton and Madame Morin testify that Monsieur Horton received such a message." Moira started forward in her chair. "What did that message say, messieurs?" Monsieur Simon took the blue slip from a packet of papers and laid it before her. With eyes dilated, she read the message that was signed with her name, then for a moment frowned deeply, staring at this confirmation of her suspicion. "What do you think, Madame?" asked Simon. Moira was silent for a moment, struggling for the mastery of her emotions, and then in a suppressed tone, barely audible, "It is as I supposed, messieurs. Monsieur Jim Horton was lured to the studio by this message, and my husband was killed by mistake in his stead." "By whom, Madame?" asked the Judge quickly. Moira made a nervous gesture of recantation. I do not know. It is horrible to suspect without further proof. I cannot say." "Monsieur Quinlevin?" "That's impossible. He was at Fontainebleau." "Then who?" "That's for you to find out. I did not come to accuse, but to liberate. Search, find, let their own words convict them," she said wildly. "I cannot. I can only know that Monsieur Horton did not kill my husband. That is impossible." Monsieur Matthieu, who had listened for most of the while in silence, now rose and took a pace or two before her, tapping his glasses quickly against his palm.
"Madame Horton, let us confine ourselves to the physical evidence that confronts us. No one could have been in that studio between the moment when Monsieur Jim Horton and Madame Morin say they left it until they say they returned some moments later. That is the fact. I know. It is my business to neglect nothing. I have neglected nothing. Therefore I tell you that no matter whom you suspect to have committed this murder, no matter whom Monsieur Simon or I might believe to have had motive in committing it, the fact remains that he could not have entered the studio or departed from it during the short period in which this crime was committed. And I say to you now that no human being except Monsieur Horton could have been present to commit this murder."
"And yet," said Moira desperately,
"A human being other
then Monsieur Horton killed my husband." Monsieur Matthieu shrugged and smiled. "You have not investigated as I have done, Madame," he said. "No, Monsieur. But I am right," she said firmly. "You are persistent." "It is my duty to find the truth of this matter." "And mine, but not to achieve the impossible." Monsieur Simon, whose nervous fingers had been caressing his dark beard while his small deep-set eyes followed the changing emotions in Moira's troubled face, now broke into the discussion with some spirit. "It is not safe, Monsieur le Commissaire, to disregard the intuitions of a woman. In this case, since we have weighed all immediate evidence, perhaps it would be wise to give Madame Horton the opportunity of confirming to her own satisfaction the results of your investigation." Monsieur Matthieu smiled and shrugged again. "Volontiers, Monsieur, if you think it worthwhile." "At least it can do no harm. Madame Horton is familiar with her own studio. Perhaps she may notice something that has escaped your eye." "As you please." "It is that which you desire, Madame?" asked the Judge. "Oh, thanks, Monsieur," uttered Moira gratefully. "I could not be satisfied, even after the skill of Monsieur le Commissaire, unless I had probed this mystery with my own eyes." "Come then, Madame. There is still time. We shall go at once." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Clue. The body of Harry Horton had been removed from the studio, and this, it seemed, made Moira's task less painful. But she was now armed with a desperate courage which even the sight of Harry's mangled body would not have dismayed, and the thought that her keenness of perception, her intelligence, her woman's instinct were the only weapons she had with which to combat the skepticism of this skillful detective and save Jim Horton from the perils of impending indictment for murder gave her a sense of responsibility which keyed her faculties to their utmost and drove from her heart all terrors of her situation. She must succeed where Monsieur Matthieu had failed. Instinct would guide her, instinct and faith. Monsieur Matthieu, if not her enemy, was prejudiced in favor of a preconceived idea which every bit of evidence justified, and yet there must be other evidence, clues neglected, trifles overlooked, and she must find them out. The burden of the testimony against Jim Horton would fall if she could prove it physically possible for some one to have been in the studio while Jim Horton and Piquette had waited outside. This was her object. Nothing else seemed to matter. On the way to the Rue de Tavennes, in a cab, Monsieur Simon replied politely to her questions, giving her all the information she desired, while Monsieur Matthieu sat opposite. How she hated the man! His smile patronized, his reddish hair inflamed her. She could see that in his mind Jim Horton was already convicted. But when they reached the porte cochère of Madame Toupin, Monsieur Simon handed her gravely down, and Monsieur Matthieu led the way up the stair to the studio where a policeman was still on guard. Moira followed the commissaire closely and stood for a moment on the threshold of the room, while Monsieur Matthieu unbent enough to show her where the body lay and to indicate the locked door and the chair which had been overturned. To Moira these matters were already
unimportant, since she saw no reason to deny the testimony of the many witnesses on these points. She entered the room slowly with a feeling of some awe, and for a moment stood by the fireplace, glancing from one object to the other, thinking deeply. A dark stain on the rug just before her gave her a tremor, but she recovered herself immediately and walked slowly around the room, examining each object as though she had never seen it before.
"Does Madame wish to look in the apartment or the kitchenette?" she heard Monsieur Matthieu's voice asking.
But she shook her head. The answer to the mystery lay here, in this very room. She was already satisfied as to that. "Is this room in the precise condition in which it was found when the police first arrived?" she asked coolly.
"Yes, Madame. Except for the removal of the body, nothing has been disturbed."
"You are sure of this?"
"I am, Madame. It is for this reason that a policeman has been always on guard."
"And you yourself, Monsieur, you have moved no object, no drapery, no chair?"
"No, Madame, nothing. I climbed upon the couch to look out of the window. That is all."
She nodded and passed around the lay figure which she was regarding with a new interest. "And the gray drapery on the shoulder of the lay figure? You say it has not been touched?" Monsieur Matthieu looked up with a smile.
"I examined the figure carefully, Madame. I may have raised the drapery, but I restored it as I found it."
"Then things are not precisely as they were," she said keenly.
"No, Madame, not the gray drapery," said Matthieu amusedly.
"You did not touch the bolero jacket?"
"No, Madame."
"Nor the skirt?"
"I am quite sure of that," said the Commissaire.
She removed the hat from the head of papier mâché and examined it minutely, then took off the head itself and stared into the painted eyes as though asking the mute familiar lips a question. And then suddenly, as the Commissaire and Monsieur Simon watched curiously, "'Tis a pity that you moved the draperies, Monsieur Matthieu," she said slowly.
"Why, Madame?"
"Because you have disturbed the dust."
"I can't understand why."
"I was away for a week. Some dust would have accumulated upon the draperies. The figure has been touched. It is not as I left it."
"Of course, Madame, I made a thorough investigation."
"And what did you learn from it?" she asked quietly. Monsieur Matthieu glanced at her once and then shrugged.
"Nothing, Madame. A lay figure is a lay figure."
"True," said Moira carelessly, but the Commissaire found himself regarding her with a new appraising eye. What did she mean by this question? But she moved past him quickly as though with a definite purpose and approached the north window. "Which of these sashes was unlocked, Monsieur?"
"The one to the right, Madame."
"I see. You say it was closed but not fastened?"
"That is correct."
"That is strange."
"Why, Madame?"
"Because I fastened it with great care before I left for Fontainebleau."
"You are sure of this?"
"Positive. It has an awkward catch. You see?" And she demonstrated how easily it came unlatched unless pressed firmly down. Monsieur Matthieu came forward smiling.
"You only indicate, Madame, that it will slip easily out of place."
Moira met his gaze firmly. "Try to make it slip, Monsieur," she said, "since I have fastened it." He tried by tapping, by shaking the window, but the catch held.
"It is a matter of little moment," he muttered, "since it would be impossible for the murderer to have escaped this way."
"Perhaps," said Moira. But while she spoke she unlocked the catch, then slipped it insecurely into place and stood aside, studying it keenly. "What is it that interests you, Madame?" asked the Juge d'Instruction. "The catch, Monsieur," she replied quietly. It is an old one. The edges are worn quite smooth." And just then, as a breeze came from without, the French window swung gently open. Monsieur Matthieu started back a pace and glanced at Monsieur Simon. "You found this window open, Monsieur le Commissaire?" said the Judge. "That is true," replied the Commissaire confidently. "But it is possible that Monsieur Horton may have disturbed it when he examined it before the murder." Moira turned quickly. "The window was securely locked. I left it so. Monsieur Horton found it so." "You make nothing of this either, Monsieur le Commissaire?" Monsieur Matthieu shook his head and pointed toward the opening. "My answer to your questions, Madame, is yonder," he said with a grin. "Explain to me how any living man could have descended from that window, and I will surrender to you my position and my reputation as commissaire de police." Moira made no reply. She had climbed upon the couch and was already half out of the window, examining the broad ledge outside, while Monsieur Simon, somewhat alarmed lest she should lose her balance, had caught her by the skirt of her dress. "Be careful, Madame," he warned. "You may fall." "Have no fear, Monsieur le Juge," she said with a smile. But she had lowered herself to her knees upon the ledge outside and, clinging to the jamb of the window, was carefully examining every inch of the sill and tin gutter. Monsieur Matthieu, inside the room, had lighted a cigarette and was puffing at it contentedly, looking on with an amused tolerance at the solicitude of Monsieur Simon, who, as he knew, was more easily swayed than himself from the paths of his duty by a pretty face or a well-turned ankle. Through the panes of glass he saw that the girl had bent forward at the edge, her eyes near the tin gutter, the fingers of one hand touching the edge, while Monsieur Simon held her other arm and besought her to return. This she did presently, standing for a moment upright in the open window and looking down at them intently, a challenge in her eyes for the Commissaire. "Did you discover anything, Madame?" he asked politely enough. Though his professional manner may not have indicated it, Monsieur Matthieu was sorry for her. She had attempted the impossible. Her lover was doomed. But she was handsome, with the fine color that had come into her face from her exertions and the new gleam of hope that had come into her eyes. Handsome, but her effort was futile. So futile to hope to find clues where he, Matthieu, had failed. She didn't reply, and accepting the hand which the gallant Juge d'Instruction offered her, stepped down to the couch and so to the floor. "You see, Madame," ventured the Commissaire more kindly, "that it would be quite out of the question for the murderer to have descended from the window." "I have never thought that he did, Monsieur," said Moira dryly. The Commissaire stared at her for a moment in astonishment. What was the meaning of this sudden assurance in her tone? Could it be possible that this girl had noted something that he had overlooked? That she had evolved a theory out of some intangible bit of evidence that had escaped him? Impossible. And yet, curiously enough, he experienced a slight feeling of uneasiness which might have been discomfort had he not been so sure of himself. "You have perhaps happened upon something that has escaped my eye?" he asked frankly. "I do not know what your eye saw or what it did not see, Monsieur," she said quietly. "But I have learned nothing to make me change my opinions as to this crime." "I hope that you will be able to confirm them," said the Commissaire, "if there is anything that I can do." "Yes, Monsieur," broke in Moira with precision. "If Monsieur le Juge d'Instruction will grant permission," with a flash of her eyes at Monsieur Simon, "I would be obliged if you would summon for me Monsieur Joubert or any others in the building who followed Monsieur Horton up the stair." She glanced at Monsieur Simon, who bowed his head in agreement. "By all means," said the Judge, "if Madame has reason to believe." "I ask it, Monsieur le Juge, not as a favor, but as a necessary step in the administration of justice in this case." "It is little enough. Go, Monsieur. Here are the names. Madame Toupin will direct you." Monsieur Matthieu hesitated. He did not wish to leave the room. Something had happened to change the manner of this woman. Her eyes glowed. She was authoritative, inspired. He was beginning to believe that after all— "You will please go at once, Monsieur," the voice of the Judge was saying. "Madame and I will await your return." And so with a backward glance, Monsieur Matthieu went out. "You think you have found a clue, Madame?" asked Monsieur Simon with an air of encouragement. "I don't know, Monsieur. A hope, perhaps, a vain one. But you are friendly. You shall see." And crossing quickly in front of him, she went directly to the lay figure and examined it minutely. "This old skirt, Monsieur, as you will observe, is fastened by buttons. It is somewhat twisted on one side." "Yes, Madame." "This was the first thing that attracted my attention, but one button holds it, and it is fastened at the wrong buttonhole." "And what does that signify?" "Merely that it has been tampered with. I did not fasten it in this way, Monsieur," she said positively. "You are sure?" Monsieur Simon was now as eager as she. "Absolutely. I am a leisurely person. I have done all the cleaning in this studio myself. I am careful in small matters. It would have been impossible for me to have fastened these buttons as you see them." "Sapristi! Madame, and you think——" He paused as Moira unbuttoned the old skirt and slipped it down, while she moved eagerly around the partially disrobed figure. "Monsieur," she gasped in sudden excitement as she pointed to the cotton covering of the mannequin. He looked where she pointed and saw a stain of dirt and dust which extended the full length of the thigh. "What does it mean?" he asked. "The lay figure has been moved from its iron bracket." "And even so, what?" But she had fallen on her knees before it and didn't even hear him, for she suddenly bent forward with a little cry and put her finger into a small tear in the cotton cloth on the outside of the right calf. "I have it," she muttered excitedly, as though half to herself. "I have it. New, clean on one side, soiled on the other." "What, Madame? What?" asked Simon, catching the fire of her eagerness. "The hole in the leg, Monsieur," she cried. "Don't you see? A piece torn out against some rough surface." "Yes, but——" "And here is the cloth that was torn from it," she gasped, exhibiting a small piece of cotton cloth. "You see, it fits the tear exactly." Simon took it from her hands and scrutinized it through his glasses. The torn piece was of the same material as the cotton skin of the lay figure, soiled upon one side and clean upon the other. "Where did you find this piece of cotton, Madame?" he asked in a suppressed tone. "Outside the window, hanging below a torn edge of the tin gutter, where it must have escaped the eyes of Monsieur le Commissaire." "Mon Dieu! Then the lay figure must have been outside on the ledge." "Exactly. Outside. The stain of dust upon the legs shows how it lay." "Magnifique, Madame. But the skirt and the jacket were first removed," she went on breathlessly. "Isn't it obvious? Otherwise there would have been no stain of dirt upon the leg. There is no mark of dirt upon them." "Quick, Madame, the jacket." And with his own hands the Judge helped her remove the Spanish jacket, taking from his pocket a small magnifying glass with which he examined the figure intently. "By the armpits, Monsieur Simon. It is there the hands would have caught." Simon obeyed while Moira lifted the arms. "There's something," he muttered softly. "A stain," broke in Moira quickly. "I can see it with the naked eye." It was a faint smudge of a brownish color like rust. "The print of a finger?" she mumbled. "It shall be analyzed. It looks like the murderer's finger stained. If it is blood, Madame." "Yes, yes." "Then the murderer carried this figure back after the murder." "Exactly. And he——" She paused, and then was suddenly silent, for Monsieur Matthieu, the Commissaire, appeared at the door of the studio. He came quickly forward, glancing at the denuded mannikin in the absurd pose of gesticulation into which they had put it. It seemed to be making a ribald gesture at the astonished Commissaire. "You have left nothing to the imagination, I see, Madame." And then, "You have discovered something?" he asked. "Perhaps," said Moira briefly. "You have been able to find some of the witnesses?" "Yes, Madame, the most important. But it would give me pleasure to know——" "In a moment, Monsieur. I am intent upon this problem. Perhaps we shall learn something. It is Monsieur Joubert that I wish to see particularly. He is a carpenter and lives in the court at the rear." "It is he that I have found, Madame." And turning aside, Matthieu beckoned toward the corridor and Monsieur Joubert entered. He was well known to Moira and saluted her, his brow troubled. "Bonjour, Monsieur Joubert," she said, trying to control the beating of her heart and the labor of her breathing, for here she knew was to be the test of the worth of her discoveries. Everything that she believed would stand or fall by the testimony of the people who had followed Jim Horton up the stair. "Bonjour, Madame Horton," said the carpenter politely. "Where were you, Monsieur," she began, "when you heard Monsieur Horton's cry of alarm?" "In the court below, Madame. I was standing with Monsieur Lavaud, the pastry cook, at the angle of the wall just inside the loge of Madame Toupin." "And when you heard the cries, what did you do?" asked the girl. "I waited a moment in fear and then with Monsieur Lavaud went toward the entrance." "Were there some others there?" "Oui, Madame. A number of persons came running into the court. They seemed to spring from the earth as if by magic." "And were you among the first to rush up the stair?" "Oui, Madame." "There were but 2 or 3 before me." "And whom did you find on the second landing?" "Monsieur Horton and a lady who told us that the murder had been committed." "And you went with him up the stair?" "Yes, Monsieur. A policeman had come rushing in and we all mounted to the 3rd floor." "Was it dark out there on the 3rd floor landing?" "Not dark, but dim. The studio door was open and threw a light outside." "And what did you do then?" "Some rushed into the studio. We were all greatly excited. I stood in the hallway. Some went to the small hall room, the door of which was partly open." "It was dark inside the hall room?" "Oui, Madame, dark." "You have testified that one of the crowd went into the small hall room and came out saying that no one was there?" "No, Madame, no one was there. I and Monsieur Lavaud went into the room, made a light and verified the statement of the man who had come out." Moira clasped and unclasped her hands nervously, and when she spoke again her throat was dry with uncertainty. "Monsieur Joubert, you will please listen very carefully to my question and try to answer very accurately." "Oui, Madame." "You say that one of the crowd who had come up the stair with you examined the room. Did you see him come out of the door?" "Oui, Madame. I saw him come out." She paused significantly and then with emphasis, "Did you see him go in, Monsieur Joubert?" Joubert stared at her stupidly for a moment, and Monsieur Matthieu and the Judge leaned forward, aware of the intent of the question. As the man did not reply, it was the Juge d'Instruction who broke the silence impatiently. Yes, Monsieur Joubert," he questioned sharply. "Did you see him go in?"
"The truth, Monsieur Joubert," gasped Moira.
Joubert scratched his head and shuffled his feet awkwardly.
"No, Madame, I can't really say that I did." "Did any of the others see him go in?" Here Monsieur Simon broke in quietly.
"Pardon, Madame, but that is a question the other witnesses must answer." Moira glanced at him and then at Monsieur Matthieu.
"Perhaps you can inform me, Monsieur le Commissaire," she said. "Have any of the witnesses who testified to seeing this man come out of the door also testified to seeing him go in?"
Many persons went into the room, Madame.
"Later, Monsieur," she broke in quickly. "Later, after this man who had come out had mingled with the crowd and gone down the stair."
Monsieur Matthieu started.
Madame!"
he gasped. "Listen, Monsieur Joubert," she went on earnestly, "and answer me truthfully, for the life of a human being hangs on your replies. Did you know some of the people in the crowd who rushed up the stair?"
"As to that, oui, Madame," said Joubert more easily. "Most of them I knew. They are of the neighborhood. Monsieur Lavaux, Monsieur Picard of the Lavoir, Monsieur Gabriel and others."
"But this man who came out of the door of the hall room," she insisted clearly. "You had never seen him before?" Joubert shrugged. "Now that you mention it, Madame, I think that is the truth." "Are you sure that you never saw him in the neighborhood?" "No, Madame, I never saw him in this neighborhood."
Moira gasped in relief, aware that the Commissaire, from contempt, from indifference, had been reduced to the silence of consternation. She saw it in his face and in the eyes of Monsieur Simon, who stood beside her, listening in admiration and ready to aid her with advice or question. He was on her side now, but she was reserving her strongest stroke for the last, and she delivered it with growing assurance, for in her heart all along she had known through whom and by whom the murder must have been committed.
"Monsieur Joubert," she asked coolly, "you say the light was dim in the corridor. Was it too dark for you to see what the man who came out of the door looked like?" "It was dim, Madame, but I remember him perfectly." "You could identify him if you saw him?"
"I think so, Madame."
"Good. Perhaps I can describe him to you, Monsieur Joubert. He was not a large man. He was smaller than you, with broad but bent shoulders, long arms like an ape's which reached nearly to his knees, a thin face, small black eyes, a nose like the beak of an eagle." Joubert had started back in astonishment. "It is he, Madame. You have described him. And when he walked, he had a slight limp of the left leg." "A limp, Madame. It is true," cried Joubert. "The very same. He limped. I saw it as he came forward." "That would be all, Monsieur Joubert,"
said Moira wearily. And when the man had gone out, she turned to Monsieur Simon with a smile of triumph.
"Have I made out a case, Monsieur le Juge?"
"Parfaitement, Madame."
"But the murderer," he urged. She grew grave at once. "The man I've described is Monsieur Tricot." The two men exchanged glances.
"We have already taken steps. He will be found, Madame," said the Commissaire. "All the police of Paris are on his trail."
"I pray God you may find him," said Moira quietly. "And even if we do not, Madame," said Monsieur Simon, "you have created already a reasonable doubt." And then with a mischievous look toward Monsieur Matthieu, "But I think perhaps it would be as well if you took Monsieur le Commissaire into your confidence." Monsieur Matthieu, aware of the position the Juge d'Instruction had now taken, was silent, but still incredulous.
"I should like to hear the other facts upon which you base this testimony," he said slowly.
Monsieur Simon waved his hand toward the mannikin, its frozen gesture now almost prophetic. Tell Monsieur le Commissaire what happened in this room as you have traced it, Madame." Moira glanced at the Commissaire, who bowed his head in an attitude of attention which had in it not a little of humility. "The murderer lay in wait for Monsieur Jim Horton," said Moira. "There's no doubt in my mind as to that. The Petit Bleu was the lure, this studio the trap. The affair had been planned with skill. The motive was vengeance and a desire to prevent certain papers from reaching the hands of Monsieur le Duc de Vautrin. This man Tricot was already in the studio when Monsieur Horton and Madame Morin arrived. Perhaps Monsieur le Commissaire has already guessed where." "Go on, Madame," said Matthieu gravely. "He had taken the clothing from the mannequin and put the lay figure out in the darkness on the ledge outside the north window. Then he went and stood in the place of the lay figure. He had put on the old skirt and bolero jacket and slouch hat, and about his shoulders was the gray drapery. He had only to remain silent and motionless. He was prepared to spring upon and stab Monsieur Jim Horton when his back was turned. But the appearance of Madame Morin disconcerted him. He had counted on a quick death without an outcry. Madame Morin knew him. He did not dare to attempt to kill them both, and so he waited. Saperlotte! Monsieur Horton and Madame Morin examined the studio in curiosity, and then went out into the hall, now suspicious that all was not as it should be. Monsieur Tricot did not dare to go until he was sure that they had gone. He was about to take his leave when he heard a man's footsteps upon the stair and went back to his position on the model stand. The man entered. He thought that it was Monsieur Jim Horton come back alone. But it was not Jim Horton. It was my husband, Harry Horton, his twin brother. The testimony shows that their clothing was much alike. Their faces were the same. Tricot saw my husband's face for a moment under the low gas light as he came in the door, locking it behind him. God knows why my husband was here. I don't. He came to spend the night, perhaps, to wait for me." She paused, breathing hard, her words scarcely audible. But a word from Monsieur Simon encouraged her again. "This Tricot is desperate and very strong. He sprang upon my husband and killed him. But there was a sound of struggle and the noise of a fallen body, which Monsieur Jim Horton and his companion heard from the door of the room in the hall. They came out, and weapon in hand, Jim Horton, after several minutes, broke in the door. But by this time the murderer had taken his place again as the lay figure, just as he stood when they had first entered the room. In their horror at their discovery, they passed him by and rushed down the stair." "And then, Madame?" nodded the Commissaire. "He ran quickly to the window, outside which he had put my lay figure, dragged it in hurriedly, dressed it in its clothing, and restored it to its place, then ran out and hid in the darkness of the hall room, intending to leap out to the roof below. But he did not dare it with his injured leg, resorting to the clever device which I have indicated to you, of going out when the crowd swarmed excitedly up to the studio door and announcing that no one was there. Then, messieurs, in a moment he had mingled with the crowd and was gone." "And how did you learn this, Madame?" "By a trifle which even your experienced eyes had overlooked. This, monsieur." And she produced a small piece of torn cotton cloth from her pocket. "It was torn from the mannequin upon a projecting piece of tin and hung from the gutter outside. You have only to apply it to the leg of the mannequin, Monsieur le Commissaire." The bewildered police officer took the small object and turned it over in his fingers, then went to the lay figure while Monsieur Simon showed him the stains at the armpits and upon the thigh, explaining the line of reasoning the girl had employed. He raised his head and looked at her, but his voice was that of a broken man.
My honor, my reputation are in your keeping, Madame," he muttered. But Moira caught him by the hands in an access of generosity.
"I render them to you, Monsieur. If Monsieur le Juge keeps silent, you may be sure that I shall do so."
"You are very good, Madame."
"It is not your fault. You were not familiar with the studio as I was. And besides, you were doing your duty, while it was my life, my whole happiness that was involved."
"And what can I do to repay you, Madame?" he asked.
"Find Monsieur Tricot," she cried with spirit. "And Monsieur Quinlevin?"
asked the Judge quietly. Moira glanced at them, then sank upon the couch and buried her head in her arms. But she did not reply. She could not. She had reached the end of her resources. Monsieur Simon bent over and touched her kindly on the shoulder. "You had better be going and getting some rest, Madame. If you will permit me, I am sure that Madame Simon will be glad if you will let me bring you to her." Moira looked up at the dark stain upon the floor, the terrible mannequin, and then rose. There were tears in her voice as she gave the Juge d'Instruction her hand in gratitude.
"Ah, thanks, Monsieur. You are very kind. If it will not trouble you."
And leaving the theater of her life's drama to the solitary policeman on guard, she followed the charitable Monsieur Simon down the stair. Monsieur Matthieu had already disappeared. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Conclusion. Jim Horton passed the night pacing the floor of his prison, and his interrogation by Monsieur Simon, the Juge d'Instruction, with the assistance of the Commissaire de Police in the morning, gave him little hope of release. The examination was severe, but his inquisitors had not been able, of course, to shake his testimony and had left his cell more puzzled than when they had entered it. But he had sense enough to see that unless it were proven possible for someone to have been in the studio to commit the murder, all the evidence must point to him. And yet he could not help them, nor could he suggest a line of investigation. He was still completely in the dark about the whole tragic affair, and could scarcely blame them for their uncompromising attitude toward himself and poor Piquette, toward her also. He sat upon the edge of his cot for hours after the examination, his head in his hands, trying to evolve some possible explanation of the mystery. A more encouraging affair was the visit in the late afternoon of a captain of the regular army of the United States, representing the Judge Advocate General's office, who interviewed him in the presence of an officer of the Préfet de Police. And in the course of this investigation, Jim Horton learned of Harry's second defection from the army, which had resulted in his horrible death. Captain Waring questioned shrewdly, but Jim Horton now needed no encouragement or threat to reveal the whole truth, for whatever happened to him at the hands of the Préfet de Police, he knew that there was nothing left for him but to throw himself upon the mercy of the army officials. And so he told the whole story, from the moment when, as corporal of engineers, he had heard the infantry major's instructions to his brother, of his meeting with Harry, of his effort to save his brother's name and position by attempting to carry out the major's orders, the changing of uniforms, the fight at Boissière Wood, the hospital, and the events that had followed in Paris, leaving out what references he could to Harry's wife, and palliating where he could his brother's offenses against the military law. From sternness he saw Captain Waring's expression change to interest, from interest to sympathy, and to Horton's surprise, when the officer finished taking the testimony, he extended his hand frankly.
You have committed a military offense, Corporal Horton, but your story has impressed me. It can be easily verified. I will do what I can for you at headquarters. It was your croix de guerre, you see."
"Thank you, sir," said Jim, "but it looks as though I'm in a bad position here. Do you think I could have done this horrible thing, sir? Do you?"
"No," said the captain, "but sit tight, Corporal.
I think you'll find that things will turn out all right." What did the man mean? Jim Horton followed his neatly fitting uniform out of the cell with his gaze, and then, more mystified than ever at this mingling of good fortune and bad, sank again upon his cot to try and think it out. But he was no sooner seated than the man who had done the most to put him where he was, Monsieur Matthieu, the commissaire de police, again entered the cell. His manner during the examination by the juge d'instruction in the morning had been aggressive. Horton's ordeal had been most unpleasant, the French counterpart of what he had heard of in his own country as the third degree. But Monsieur Matthieu's ugly face was now almost kindly. Its expression was quite calm, and while Horton wondered what was the meaning of the visit, the commissaire explained.
"Evidence has been introduced into this case, monsieur, which somewhat changes its complexion."
"Ah, you have found Tricot or Quinlevin?"
"No, not yet, monsieur, but we have hopes. The evidence came from another quarter. We believe that the apache committed this crime."
Horton couldn't restrain a gasp of relief. "It is only what I told you, monsieur." Monsieur Matthieu nodded.
"But you will not blame us for not accepting with some reserve the testimony of a person in your position."
"Who has testified, monsieur?"
"Madame Horton."
And in a few words he described the line of procedure which had resulted in the discovery of the part the lay figure had played in the tragedy. Moira had come to the rescue. Moira, whose eyes, it seemed, had been keener than his own, keener even than those of this veteran detective. And amazement at the simplicity of the device and the ease with which it had been put into practice made him dumb.
"It is always so, monsieur. The mysteries which seem most difficult to solve are always the simplest in conception."
"But Tricot did not invent this crime, monsieur. The apache is shrewd, but the brain that conceived this plan——"
"I believe you now, monsieur. But I am afraid that he will not be easy to catch. He was at Fontainebleau last night and this morning. It was his alibi. When my men reached there, he had gone."
"And Tricot?"
"It is as to Tricot that I wish to see you. We have watched the house in the Rue Charon. Every haunt of men of his type is under observation. I thought perhaps you might give us a further clue."
"Émile Pochard should know. Pochard in the Rue d'Almont. Under arrest, he may talk."
"Good, monsieur. The help that you give us will make your deliverance the more speedy."
"I know nothing more. You understand, it is not possible to release you until the evidence is more definitely confirmed.
but I will do what I can for your comfort and convenience."
"Thanks.
"And for Madame Morin?" "Yes, Monsieur. She is, I think, now quite contented."
And the Commissaire departed as rapidly as he had entered. Presently Jim Horton lay down at full length on his bed, the first time since he had been shown into the cell. Everything would be right. He knew it. And it was Moira who had come from her retreat at the first news of his trouble and Piquette's to help them. Behind the reserve of Monsieur Matthieu's disclosures, he had read that it was Moira's will, her intelligence, that had been matched against that of the Commissaire and Barry Quinlevin. Her instinct, her faith in him that had drawn her unerringly to the neglected clues. Where was she? Would she come to him now? Or was the hypnotic spell of Barry Quinlevin still upon her? He stared into the darkness, thinking of the tragedy of Moira's life and the greater tragedy of his brother Harry's. But in spite of the terrible climax of Harry's strange career and his own unwitting part in it, Jim Horton found himself repeating Moira's wild words, "No divorce, but death." And this was the divorce that neither of them had wished for nor dreamed of, but destiny, which had woven the threads of Harry's life and Moira's and his together for a while, had destroyed the imperfect tissue to begin anew. In a while Jim Horton slept soundly, dreamlessly. The morning dragged heavily, and no one came to his cell. It almost seemed that Monsieur Matthieu had forgotten him, and it was not until the afternoon that he was again conducted to the room in which his examination and Piquette's had taken place. There he was brought face to face with the Juge d'Instruction, who shook him by the hand and informed him that word had just been received that the apache, Tricot, had been captured and, in charge of Monsieur Matthieu, was to be brought at once to confront the witnesses. Monsieur Simon informed him that a partial confession having been extracted from Tricot, the case was simplified and that there seemed little doubt that he would be restored to freedom in a few hours. While disposing of some other cases, Monsieur Matthieu showed the prisoner into the inner room where Piquette had preceded him. They were both still technically prisoners, but that did not prevent Piquette from springing up from beside her guard and rushing to meet him.
"Oh, mon Jim," she cried joyfully. "I knew it could not be for long."
"Piquette, they're going to set us free."
"Oui, mon brave. And have you not heard? It is Madame Horton who has made the way clear. They captured Tricot an hour ago in a cellar out near the Porte Maillot.
You may know that I am happy. Rrr. And she made a queer little sound of repulsion in her throat. "And Quinlevin?"
"Escape. Gone. They cannot find him."
He sat beside her and they talked while they waited. "What are you going to do, Piquette?" he asked after a while.
"Do? Just go on living, mon vieux. What else?"
she replied calmly. "I want to help you to get away from him, Piquette."
"Sapristi! I need no help for that. Don't worry, mon ami. I shall be happy."
"Not with Monsieur." She laughed rather harshly.
"Oh la la! You are not the only man in the world."
And then, as she saw the look of pain in his eyes, she caught him by the arm again.
"You are the only man in the world for her, mon vieux, but not for me. You think of me? Eh bien, what you say? Forget it. I shall be happy and free."
At this moment, Monsieur Simon entered, bringing no less a personage than Monsieur de Vautrin, who had been apprehended as a witness the moment he had returned to Paris. And the details of the affair at Nice having been set down, Monsieur Simon went out to question Tricot, who had just been brought in under heavy guard. The birth certificate and other papers were still in possession of the Juge d'Instruction, but the Duc had been permitted to examine them and question Horton and Piquette eagerly as to what had happened after his departure from Nice. And when he learned the facts, his gratitude expressed itself in a desire to kiss Horton on both cheeks, which Piquette only frustrated by quickly interposing her small person. "And I, Olivier," she asked in French, with a spirit of diablerie, "what is my reward for helping in the great affair?" "You, Piquette," he laughed, "you are as ever my angelic child who can do no wrong. Come to my arms." But Piquette laughed and tossed her chin. "And if I refuse?" "Then you are still an angelic child," said de Vautrin. "I shall give you money, much money." "And if I refuse that too?" she asked. He started a pace back from her in amazement. "You would desert me now, ma petite?" Piquette's face grew suddenly solemn. "Yes, Monsieur le Duc. We shall make no more pretenses, you and I. I go back to the Quartier, where I am free. Perhaps one day I shall marry. Then you shall give me a present. But now—" and she extended a hand. "Adieu, mon ami." He glanced at her and at Horton as though unwilling to believe what he had heard, then took a pace toward Piquette, his arms extended. But she only smiled at him. "C'est fini, Olivier," she said quietly. De Vautrin pulled at his long mustache and laughing turned away. "À demain, Piquette," he said confidently. "Adieu, Olivier," she repeated. The Duc stared at her again and then with a shrug took up his hat and stick and swaggered out of the room. "Piquette," whispered Horton eagerly, "do you mean it?" "Yes, mon brave," she returned lightly. "To be free, free." And she took a long breath while she gazed past him out of the big window into the sunshine. There was a commotion outside and they turned to the outer door as two policemen entered, between them Tricot, securely manacled, and followed by the Juge, the Commissaire de Police, Madame Toupin, Moira, Madame Simon, the carpenter, Paul Joubert, and the other witnesses whose testimony had already been taken. Moira's gaze and Jim Horton's met for a moment, full of meaning for them both, and then she turned away to the seat beside Monsieur Simon, to which the Juge directed her. She was very pale and sat for a while with eyes downcast during the preliminaries which led to the confession of the apache. Tricot stood with bowed head, listening to the evidence against him, his long arms hanging from his bent shoulders, his thin lips compressed, his small eyes concealed by the frowning thatch of his dark brows. He was surly but indifferent as to his fate, and answered the questions of Monsieur Simon in a low voice, but distinctly, evading nothing. His identification by the carpenter Joubert and to others as the man who had emerged from the room in the hallway when the crowd had surged upon the upper landing caused him to shrug. The corroboration of Madame Toupin, who saw him leave the courtyard after the murder, only caused him to shrug again.
"I did it," he growled. "I've confessed. What's the use?"
"Silence!" commanded the Juge. "You will answer only when questioned. Are these two persons," indicating Horton and Piquette, "the ones who first entered the studio?"
"They are."
"And when Monsieur le Capitaine entered the studio, you thought he was his brother yonder?" indicating Jim.
"I did. I made a mistake."
"And your motive for this crime, Tricot?"
"I was paid,"
he muttered.
"How much?" 5,000 francs."
"By whom?" Tricot paused and then gasped the name.
"Monsieur Quinlevin."
"Do you know where Monsieur Quinlevin is now?"
"No."
"Would you tell if you knew?"
"Yes."
"Have you anything further to say?"
"No."
Monsieur Simon waved his hand in the direction of the door. "Take him away. The proof is now complete." And then to the witnesses, "You will hold yourselves in readiness to attend the trial. Bonjour, messieurs." And rising from his chair at the head of the table, he came over to Jim and Piquette and shook them warmly by the hands, while Monsieur Matthieu, who had taken no part in the proceedings, quickly followed his example.
"You are now free, Monsieur Horton, Madame Morin. I thank you both, in the name of justice, for your indulgence and apologize for the inconvenience that has been caused you. Had it not been for the keenness of Madame Horton yonder, you would still doubtless have been languishing in your cells."
"Thanks, Monsieur," said Horton gravely.
"Let me add, Monsieur Horton, that before the murderer arrived, I was in consultation with Monsieur le Capitaine Waring of the office of the Judge Advocate of the American Army. I told him what had happened in the case, and he informed me that there was no disposition to make you suffer for an act which resulted in the croix de guerre. He empowers me to ask only for your parole to report to him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to comply with the military law. I should say that in the end you will have nothing to fear."
"Thank God," muttered Horton half to himself. "And now, Monsieur le Commissaire," said the Juge with a smile, "Madame Simon, Madame Morin, perhaps we had better leave Monsieur the American to give his thanks to the lady who has helped us to liberate him, Madame Horton." "Piquette." Horton turned around to look for her, but she had gone. The others were already filing out of the door, and suddenly Jim and Moira found themselves silent, face to face by the big window in the sunlight, amazed at the sudden termination of the case and what it meant to them. Their glances met and a gentle flush stole along the pallor of Moira's face, suddenly flooding it from brow to chin. Scarcely daring to believe this evidence of his happiness, Jim stared at her awkwardly and then took a pace forward. "Moira," he whispered at last.
Thank God.
She murmured. He took her in his arms gently, as though she were a child, and held her silently in a moment of wordless communion. Beyond the river below them, the city of their tribulations murmured as before, but to them it held a note of solace and of joy. "You did this, Moira, you," he said at last.
Something stronger than I, Jim?
"Faith, hope, and charity," he added.
I knew that I must succeed," she went on quickly. "I was driven by some inward force which gave me new courage and strength. It was faith, Jim. The faith in you that my blindness had lost in the darkness of my uncertainty. The faith that I found again. I had to succeed where others had failed. Faith gave me new vision just in time," she finished with a gasp. "You never believed that I could have——" "No, never, Jim," she broke in a hushed voice. "Not for a moment. It was too horrible." She hid her eyes with a hand for a moment as though to blot out the stain of the thought. "I've wondered why they didn't see as I saw. It's like a dream, all that afternoon after Fontainebleau. I hardly seem to remember why I did what I did. It seems so easy now that it's done. I only know that I prayed again and again that you, not he, should triumph." "Quinlevin," he muttered. She drew closer into his arms. "He has escaped,"
she said with a shudder.
"Perhaps it is best."
"Did you find out——" he began, but she broke in quickly, reading his thought.
"He was my uncle, my father's brother. Nora told me everything. You've blamed me in your thoughts, Jim."
"No, Moira."
"Yes, I know,"
she insisted.
"but I couldn't forget the long years of his kindness until I knew what had happened, the horror of it. I ran away here. Even then I did not tell them everything. And when they went to take him, it was too late. He's gone. You poor child, you've suffered. I wanted to go to you, Jim, that night when they came to the studio. I wanted to, and again at Nice. But I was afraid, Jim, afraid of myself. If I'd gone to you then, our love had been so sweet a thing, Jim, so pure and beautiful. I couldn't let it be anything else. I had never known what love was before. I am afraid," she whispered. "But not now, dear. No, not of myself or of you. Only afraid that it's all a dream, that I'll wake up imprisoned by vows that may not be broken."
"You're released from them now, Moira," he said soberly.
"Yes, Jim." "And you'll marry me, dear?" "Yes, Jim. But it would be a sin for us to be too happy too soon."
"I can be patient."
"You won't be needing to be too patient, Jim,"
she whispered, her warm lips on his. He held her in the hollow of his arm, where she was meant to be, both of them muttering the phrases that had been so long delayed, while their eyes looked down toward the sunlit river, when suddenly Jim felt the girl's fingers tighten in his, and he followed the direction of her gaze. Across the Petit Pont, just below them, a figure passed, a female figure in a heavy coat, with a small hat that they both recognized, set rakishly upon a dark head.
"Piquette!"
said Moira. Jim was silent, and they watched for another moment. Piquette paused for a moment on the bridge, and then, raising her head quickly, squared her shoulders and went quickly along the quai toward the Boulevard Saint-Michel, where she was engulfed in the crowded thoroughfare. End of chapter 25. End of The Splendid Outcast by George Gibbs. Recording finished February 2015.